To be chosen by God is a remarkable honor, yet it comes with a weight that few truly grasp. It is not a symbol of superiority, but rather a divine calling that alters every dimension of one's existence. For those set apart by the Lord, the journey is not one of ease, but of profound spiritual depth. The chosen traverse a unique path, with their lives transformed by unseen battles, deep revelations, and immense responsibilities. While the world rests in peace, God's chosen engage in extraordinary nocturnal encounters, filled with divine purpose, spiritual struggles, and heavenly insights. Have you ever felt that something extraordinary transpires in the stillness of night? For the chosen, these hours are sacred and marked by transformative encounters with God. Let us embark on a journey through the mysteries of the night and uncover the sacred experiences that define those called by God. The nights of the chosen are filled with mysteries that are as deep as they are challenging, one of which is spiritual warfare. When the physical realm falls silent, the spiritual arena often becomes intensely active. Ephesians 6:12 reminds us, "For we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the cosmic powers over this present darkness, against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly places." These battles, though unseen, are very real, testing the faith, resolve, and spiritual fortitude of those chosen by God. For the chosen, these trials often manifest in unsettling ways: disturbing dreams, intrusive thoughts that seek to shake one's faith, or sudden waves of anxiety that strike from nowhere. Have you ever awakened from a dream, feeling as if you have just emerged from a battlefield, your spirit rattled and your heart burdened? These moments are not mere coincidences. They are intentional spiritual attacks meant to sow seeds of doubt and despair. But take heart, God never leaves His chosen unequipped. In these troubling times, He provides divine instruments to counter every assault. Prayer, scripture, and unwavering faith are more than abstract concepts. They are tools forged for spiritual warfare. Prayer becomes a lifeline, a direct link to the God who fights for us. Scripture serves as a shield, an unyielding source of truth that deflects the lies of the enemy. Faith transforms into a fortress, an unshakable citadel anchoring the chosen to God's promises. Ephesians 6:13-17 speaks of the armor of God, a spiritual defense system crafted to protect the chosen in battle. Each piece, from the belt of truth to the sword of the Spirit, plays a vital role. As the chosen don this armor, they are empowered to stand firm, resisting the adversary's attempts to weaken them. Through these nightly struggles, the chosen gain strength. Each confrontation presents an opportunity for spiritual growth, refining their faith and clarifying their purpose. The assaults meant to bring destruction instead draw them closer to God, deepening their reliance on His strength. These moments of spiritual warfare are not without significance. They are essential to the preparation for the greater work God has destined His chosen to accomplish. The enemy's persistence is indicative of the importance of their calling, for he wouldn't wage war if the chosen did not pose a threat to his schemes. An extraordinary experience often encountered by the chosen is the restlessness that arises on sleepless nights, driven by an urgency that cannot be ignored. While the world enjoys its slumber, the chosen sense something significant unfolding in the spiritual realm. This is no mere coincidence. It is a holy call, an invitation to prayer, reflection, or intercession. Scripture provides us with examples of this divine restlessness, such as the life of Daniel, known for his unwavering fidelity to God. Daniel spent sleepless nights in fervent prayer, openly seeking wisdom and direction. In Daniel 9:4, he confessed, "I prayed to the Lord my God and confessed." These restless hours became transformative as Daniel aligned his heart with God's divine purpose. Likewise, today's chosen are called to stand in the gap for others, even for those who may remain unaware of their spiritual needs. Romans 8:26 assures us that the Spirit Himself intercedes for us with groans that words cannot express. These moments empower the chosen to intercede with clarity and conviction, even when words fail them. Far from being burdensome, these sleepless nights represent a sacred gift, opportunities for profound spiritual growth and divine intimacy. In these moments, as distractions fade away, the chosen are refined and prepared for the monumental tasks ahead. Each whispered prayer in the dark, each moment of silent reflection, forms part of God's process of shaping and equipping His people. These restless nights are neither random nor trivial. They are deliberate and holy times where the chosen draw nearer to God, seeking His guidance and fulfilling their purpose as intercessors and servants in His majestic kingdom. Have you encountered this divine restlessness? Perhaps it is time to cherish those sleepless hours as a sacred opportunity to partner with God in His work, allowing Him to strengthen your faith and align your heart with His will. In the quiet hours, the chosen are not alone. They are cradled in God's presence, being prepared for the grand purposes He has ordained for their lives. Throughout Scripture, the night serves as a sacred canvas upon which God paints visions of destiny, guidance, and revelation. Dreams, far from mere subconscious fragments, are often God's chosen method of conveying profound truths to His people. For the chosen, these dreams carry divine significance, offering insight into their calling and God's grander plans. Consider Joseph, whose life was irrevocably altered by his dreams. In Genesis 41, his ability to interpret dreams not only foretold his rise to power, but also saved nations from famine. Joseph's dreams became instruments of revelation, delineating a greater purpose. Similarly, Daniel's night visions, as outlined in Daniel 2:19-23, revealed mysteries that shaped the future of Israel and underscored God's sovereign hand over history's unfolding narrative. These dreams, vivid and impactful, emerged as guiding lights for God's chosen servants towards their destiny. Have you ever experienced a dream so striking, so resonant, that its essence lingered in your heart long after awakening? Could it be that God was speaking to you, unveiling a path, offering guidance, or issuing a warning? In the stillness of the night, as the chaos of daytime subsides, our hearts become more receptive to God's voice. Each dream transitions into a divine dialogue, a sacred whisper inviting us to draw closer to Him. Like Joseph and Daniel, today's chosen often receive dreams infused with spiritual significance, nocturnal encounters that are both directional and preparatory, shaping hearts and empowering God's people to fulfill their unique, God-ordained roles. One of the most profound aspects of the chosen journey is the call to intercession, a holy task often placed upon them in the tranquil hours of night. These instances are not mere happenstance. They are divine appointments where God stirs the hearts of His chosen with an unyielding urge to pray for others. Have you ever been abruptly awakened, your spirit weighed down by a name or situation that arrived seemingly out of the blue? These thoughts are not random. They are sacred calls to partner with God in His redemptive work. Moses serves as a powerful example of intercession in Exodus 32. When the Israelites sinned, Moses interceded, standing between God's judgment and His people, pleading for mercy. His prayers were not merely acts of faith, they embodied love and responsibility. Through Moses' intercession, God relented, sparing the nation from destruction. This moment highlights the remarkable role of the intercessor, someone who aligns their heart with God's, standing in prayer for others, seeking divine intervention, guidance, or a breakthrough. For the chosen, These moments of intercession transcend the concerns of those they pray for. They also transform the intercessor themselves. Each prayer strengthens their intimacy with God, aligning their desires more closely with His. As they bear the burdens of others, the chosen cultivate a heart full of compassion and a heightened sensitivity to God's will. Intercession transforms into a formidable tool for change. The prayers of the chosen possess the power to shape destinies, facilitate healing, and influence spiritual outcomes that extend far beyond what the natural eye can see. Whether they pray for individuals, families, or entire nations, these prayers carry divine weight. Have you felt the compelling urge to pray for someone, even when unclear why? Consider it a divine mission, a holy opportunity to engage in God's work through intercession. The chosen step into their calling not just as prayer warriors, but as co-laborers with God in His kingdom. Each prayer builds bridges of hope, mercy, and transformation, drawing both the intercessor and those they pray for closer to the heart of God. In the stillness of the night, as the clamor of the day fades away, the chosen often feel drawn into deep reflection. These moments are not driven by chance. They are sacred opportunities to grow closer to God and fulfill the divine calling placed upon their lives. Are you ever kept awake at night reflecting on your day, contemplating whether your actions, thoughts, and decisions align with God's purpose? These reflections are not trivial. They are sacred pauses, precious moments that allow us to seek clarity, growth, and deeper intimacy with the Creator. King David, revered as a man after God's own heart, exemplified this introspective practice in Psalm 139, 23-24, where he prayed, "Search me, O God, and know my heart. Test me and know my anxious thoughts. See if there is any offensive way in me, and lead me in the way everlasting." David's appeal stemmed not from fear, but from a yearning to connect more closely with God's guidance and to refine his heart for greater alignment with divine intentions. For those chosen, reflection acts as a refining fire, consuming distractions while illuminating aspects of their lives that may require reorientation toward God's will. These introspective moments are not driven by condemnation, but rather by a desire for transformation. They provide an opportunity to let go of worldly burdens and refocus on matters of eternal significance, walking in faith, serving others, and fulfilling their divine calling. Through reflection, the chosen deepen their understanding of God's intentions, allowing them to shed distractions and realign their hearts with His purpose. These transformative moments prepare them to be vessels ready for greater service. One of the remarkable blessings experienced by the chosen is the profound peace of God that steadies their hearts, even amid overwhelming chaos. This peace is beautifully captured in Philippians 4:7, which describes it as the peace of God that surpasses all understanding. This peace does not arise from the absence of challenges, but flows from a firm belief in God's presence, an unwavering reminder that, regardless of the storm, He remains in control. Consider the story of Daniel in the lion's den. Surrounded by ravenous lions and facing what appeared to be certain death, Daniel rested in God's steadfast protection. Human logic would dictate fear and despair, yet Daniel remained calm and unwavering in faith. His tranquility was remarkable because it was rooted not in his circumstances but in his deep trust in God's faithfulness. For the chosen, this divine peace is a hallmark of their journey. It anchors their hearts amid life's fiercest battles and fortifies their resolve to keep pressing forward. It reassures them that, although circumstances might be uncertain, God's promises never falter. This peace does not erase the suffering or the challenges, but instead transforms the way they endure, turning fear into trust and despair into hope. Have you ever felt, despite everything collapsing around you, that your heart remained inexplicably serene? That is the peace of God at work. a gift accessible to all who place their trust in Him. For the chosen, this peace serves not only as a comfort, but also as a testimony of God's abiding presence, a supernatural strength that empowers them to navigate life's trials boldly, confident in the one who holds their future. As the first rays of dawn break through the darkness, the chosen undergo a profound renewal, turning the trials of the night into sources of strength, clarity, and divine purpose. The struggles faced during the quiet hours, whether they manifest as spiritual battles, fervent prayers, or moments of deep introspection, are not meaningless. They lay the groundwork for an enriched connection with God and a readiness for the day ahead. Lamentations 3:22-23 beautifully reassures us. The steadfast love of the Lord never ceases. His mercies never come to an end, they are new every morning. Each sunrise serves as a divine reset, a powerful reminder of God's unwavering faithfulness. His love and mercy are not mere abstractions. They are daily realities that refresh the spirit, empowering the chosen to walk boldly in their calling. The trials of the night, while often arduous, serve a higher purpose, refining the chosen like gold in fire, burning away impurities and distractions to reveal a spirit more attuned to God's will. Whether through whispered prayers, victories in spiritual warfare, or quiet moments of self-reflection, the night emerges as a sacred space for growth. These struggles equip the chosen with wisdom, fortitude, and spiritual insight, molding them for the opportunities and challenges that await each new day. Consider how the trials of the night clarify purpose. Prayers offered in desperation become fuel for hope. Victories in spiritual battles morph into testimonies of God's power. Moments of introspection lead to repentance, renewal, and a deeper understanding of God's desires. Through it all, the chosen emerge not weary, but strengthened, ready to confront the day with resolute determination. Each morning presents a chance to realign with God's purpose. Dawn is not merely the start of another day, it is a sacred reminder of God's sufficiency. His grace sustains, His strength empowers, and His love endures. For the chosen, this realization transforms the morning into a time of recommitment to their divine calling. Have you felt the quiet power of a new morning following a night of struggle? The chosen recognize that no matter how dark the night may appear, God's faithfulness remains. Each sunrise is an invitation to trust Him more deeply, to step forward with confidence, and to embrace the divine opportunities He has prepared. As darkness recedes and light breaks forth, let each morning be a reminder that God's mercies are boundless, His love is unwavering, and His purpose for your life is unshakable. Step into the day with assurance, for the struggles of the night have groomed you to rise and fulfill your God-given destiny. To be called by God is both a profound privilege and great responsibility. The nights of His chosen ones are far from ordinary. They are sacred spaces where divine activity unfolds, shaping and refining them for the calling placed on their lives. Whether through spiritual battles, vivid dreams, heartfelt intercession, or deep reflection, the chosen are molded into vessels prepared to fulfill God's extraordinary purpose. If this message resonates with you, I invite you to take a moment tonight to pause and reflect on your journey. Allow God to speak to your heart, to guide your thoughts, and to bolster your spirit. Remember, no matter how isolating or daunting the path may feel, you are never truly alone. Each sleepless night, every challenge you face, and each divine encounter are vital parts of God's intricate plan, preparing you for something far greater than you can envision. Let every night be a sacred opportunity to draw closer to Him, and let every morning be a fresh step toward the destiny He has lovingly crafted for you. His steadfast love and renewed mercies await each sunrise, offering you the strength to walk boldly in faith. Thank you for being part of this journey and for being a member of Chosen One Sanctuary. Your presence here is profoundly appreciated. If this message has inspired or uplifted you, I encourage you to join Chosen One Sanctuary to continue exploring God's Word and His purpose for your life. Don't forget to engage with this message and share it with someone who might need a reminder of God's faithfulness. Your support, be it through comments, sharing, or other acts of kindness, helps shed the light of God's truth on those who need it most. Together, let us walk in faith, trusting that God is shaping us for His glory. Wealth doesn't just tiptoe into your life. It storms in, turns your world upside down, and demands, "Were you truly prepared for me?" Many yearn for financial abundance, yet few are genuinely equipped to bear its weight, chaos, and responsibilities. Begin with this sobering truth. 95% of lottery winners find themselves bankrupt within 5 years. Why? Because wealth doesn't merely upgrade your bank account. It amplifies everything: your mindset, habits, relationships, and beliefs. The universe doesn't grant wealth to test your luck. It bestows it to test your readiness. If you are among the chosen ones, you understand that this journey is not solely about accumulating numbers on a screen. It's about evolving into the type of person who can endure, sustain, and multiply abundance. Prepare yourself, chosen ones. The path to true wealth isn't smooth, it's messy, challenging, and transformative. Let's explore the 12 ways sudden wealth tests you, shapes you, and ultimately calls you into a greater version of yourself. Wealth seldom arrives as a neatly wrapped gift. Instead, it arrives cloaked in chaos, a force that disrupts the ordinary and demands transformation. Often, the period leading up to a breakthrough feels like life is unraveling, messy, overwhelming, and painful. Yet, this discomfort is neither random nor cruel. It is a purposeful process. It's the universe reshaping you, testing you, and molding you into someone capable of bearing the weight of abundance. Initially, this chaos may seem unfair. Life may feel heavier than ever. Relationships strained, routines disrupted, and habits challenged. However, here lies the truth. Not everything or everyone in your life is meant to journey with you to the next level. Wealth transcends mere possession. It compels you to become more. It forces you to confront what's holding you back, shining an unyielding light on aspects of your life that you may have overlooked, avoided, or rationalized. If you lack discipline, wealth will unveil it. Suddenly, the money you attract along with its potential becomes a mirror, reflecting everything you need to address. The transformation might be discomforting, yet it is immensely worthwhile. Embrace the journey and allow it to refine you. Stand ready, chosen ones, because true wealth awaits those who dare to evolve into their highest selves. Crave will unveil that impulsive tendencies and weak self-discipline have profound repercussions, especially when your relationships are toxic or disproportionate. The stakes will become higher. Wealth amplifies everything: envy, entitlement, and buried resentments that may have once lain dormant. Individuals who once appeared supportive might now reveal their true intentions, and unhealthy connections will become impossible to overlook. If you are hesitant or uncertain, sudden wealth could leave you immobilized. New opportunities and choices will rush in, and hesitation may cost you dearly. This discomfort you experience is not a form of punishment. It is preparation. It's life compelling you to evolve into someone capable of sustaining abundance, rather than merely attracting it. Many people mistakenly believe that wealth will magically resolve their issues, yet the contrary is often the case. Money magnifies both your strengths and your weaknesses. The habits, mindsets, and patterns you currently tolerate will become painfully obvious. and their consequences will be far more severe. Many give up during this phase, mistaking struggle for failure. They interpret chaos as a sign that they are on the wrong path. But here lies the profound truth. This struggle is proof that you are being stretched into your greater self. It's the universe questioning, are you ready for what you claim to desire? Can you handle it? The reality is that wealth without adequate preparation will not endure. Lottery winners frequently lose it all because they were never equipped to maintain it. The windfall itself is not what matters. It's your ability to uphold it that counts. So when life appears to be crumbling, resist the urge to panic. It might just be falling into place. This challenging phase serves to fortify you, helping you shed the old version of yourself. Undisciplined habits, toxic relationships, and limited thinking, while you begin to embrace the person equipped to handle the abundance awaiting you. Wealth demands growth, and this chaos is your initiation. Trust in it, embrace it, and most importantly, keep pushing forward. Your breakthrough is not far off. It's waiting just beyond this discomfort. Wealth alters everything, especially how others perceive you. It transforms you from just another individual into someone with resources, influence, and perceived power. This shift is rarely neutral. It draws admiration, curiosity, and yes, even resentment. The tricky part? Not everyone who enters your life after wealth arrives does so with good intentions. Discerning the differences becomes one of your greatest challenges. Some will genuinely rejoice in your success, celebrating with full hearts. Believing your growth proves that dreams are achievable and that hard work yields results. These individuals will illuminate your journey. However, others may approach you with self-serving motives cloaked in flattery or guilt. Opportunists presenting themselves as friends, lovers, or advisors. Their smiles may be broad and their words sweet, but their intentions are selfish. This shift becomes even more complicated as those closest to you, family, old friends, or trusted confidants may start to behave differently. Not because you have changed, but because your success magnifies their insecurities or unrealized ambitions. They may question your choices, withdraw from you, or make passive-aggressive remarks that sting. Relationships once deemed unshakable may feel fragile under the weight of unvoiced tensions. It's not always malicious. Sometimes it stems from fear or confusion as they struggle to reconcile who you were with who you are becoming. This is where discernment becomes your most precious asset. Wealth requires that you safeguard not only your finances, but also your energy, boundaries, and peace. Redefining access can be challenging, especially with loved ones. But remember this: shedding certain connections is often the cost of gaining something greater. It's not about abandoning people, it's about creating room for relationships that resonate with the version of yourself that you are evolving into. Sudden wealth doesn't merely transform your financial status. It heightens your most ingrained beliefs about money, for better or worse. If you've ever thought that money is evil, or believed you aren't worthy of financial abundance, those thoughts will not simply vanish upon receiving wealth. Instead, they will rise, louder and more persistent than before, subtly influencing your actions and choices. If you feel guilty for having more than others, you might unconsciously sabotage yourself, overspending or giving it away, making poor choices until the money dissipates. If you see money as something transient, you will cling to it out of fear, never fully enjoying or utilizing it because you're terrified it may disappear. And if you grew up with the belief that wealth corrupts people or turns them into something negative, you may reject it altogether, finding ways to repel it or evading opportunities that could lead to greater abundance. These beliefs act as invisible scripts that run silently in the background, shaping your relationship with money without your conscious awareness. Wealth becomes a mirror reflecting your unhealed wounds, fears, and limiting thoughts back to you. It confronts you not just with what you possess, but with who you are and what you believe. The good news is that once these beliefs come to light, they lose their grip on you. Awareness is the first step toward transformation. You can begin to reframe your relationship with money, viewing it not as a source of guilt, fear, or corruption, but as a tool, a means for freedom, empowerment, and positive impact. Money itself is neutral. It merely amplifies what is already within you. The true challenge lies not in acquiring wealth, but in mastering your mindset to wield money as a vehicle for purpose, abundance, and fulfillment. Wealth doesn't just alter your circumstances, it fundamentally reshapes your identity. Suddenly, you're no longer seen as just you. You become perceived as the person with money, someone others view through the lens of expectations, assumptions, and even judgments. How the world interacts with you will shift, thus requiring you to navigate it differently. People may remark that you've changed, often implying it as an accusation. But the reality is this: in order to rise, transformation is essential. You cannot wield the same habits, routines, or mindsets that previously served you if you wish to flourish at this new level. Growth necessitates shedding old patterns, limiting beliefs, and even aspects of your former self that no longer resonate with where you are headed. But this evolution is not simple. Remaining true to your values while embracing the changes wealth brings presents one of the most significant challenges you will face. Those who once cheered you on might begin to distance themselves. Family and friends who were your support system may feel left out, or they might start to reflect upon their place in your life. Envy, judgment, and hushed critiques can unexpectedly shadow your success, and those can sting. The real test is in determining who you will become. You are permitted to change. Such transformation is a natural and necessary facet of growth. The key is to ensure that your evolution aligns with your purpose and values, rather than succumbing to external pressures or expectations. Wealth does not have to alienate you from your authenticity. Instead, it can serve as an opportunity to deepen it, enabling you to become an even greater version of yourself. So, when others say you've changed, take it as a sign that you are maturing. Let their words remind you that transformation is not only unavoidable, but essential. What truly matters is that the person you are becoming is someone you can take pride in. When sudden wealth arrives, it often brings a surge of exhilaration and excitement. The instinct may be to celebrate, spend lavishly, or announce your newfound success to the world. While the urge to revel in and share your blessing is understandable, acting impulsively can lead to decisions that transform your gift into a burden. Wealth possesses the potential to elevate, but only if approached with wisdom and intent. It is here that the strategic pause becomes your greatest ally. Before making any major decisions, step back and breathe. Give yourself the space to process this dramatic shift in your reality. Rushing to act, whether through extravagant purchases, dubious investments, or widely broadcasting your news, can expose you to unwarranted risks, pressures, and even hidden agendas from others. Instead, utilize this pause to reflect deeply. Ask yourself, what are my authentic goals? What priorities hold the utmost significance in this new chapter of my life? What steps will ensure this wealth brings not just immediate pleasure but also lasting impact? Sharing your fortune prematurely can invite unwanted attention and unsolicited advice, often from those who may not have your best interests at heart. Silence during these early stages can be your strongest ally. It provides time for clear thinking and shields you from external noise as you craft a strategy that aligns with your long-term vision. Surround yourself with trustworthy professionals, financial advisors, attorneys, and mentors who can help you traverse the complexities of wealth. Their guidance can shield you from pitfalls and lay a solid foundation for your financial future. Remember, the pause is not about depriving yourself of the joy that success brings. It is about ensuring each step you take is intentional, aligned, and designed for sustainability. In that stillness, clarity unfolds, and with clarity comes the power to transform your blessing into a lasting legacy. Wealth introduces a new reality, one that demands skills far beyond those most possess when they first receive it. Managing a fortune is not merely about having money. It is about mastering the art of navigating your new reality with wisdom and purpose. Like navigating a paycheck where basic budgeting might suffice, sudden wealth demands mastery over an intricate web of taxes, investments, legal safeguards, and tactical financial planning. Without the correct knowledge, even a substantial fortune can vanish as swiftly as it appeared. Sudden wealth reveals the gaps in your financial literacy. Ask yourself, am I capable of distinguishing a sound investment from a scam? Can I confidently negotiate with professionals to safeguard my interests? Am I emotionally equipped to manage the complexities of relationships that wealth can engender, such as envy, entitlement, or opportunism? The sobering truth is that many find themselves unprepared for how rapidly wealth can complicate their existence. From convoluted tax laws to fraudulent schemes, the stakes are elevated, and the implications of missteps can be far more severe. But here's the silver lining. These gaps aren't a permanent state. Sudden wealth challenges you, yes, but it also presents an opportunity for growth and learning, transforming you into someone capable of protecting and amplifying your abundance. Commit yourself to acquiring knowledge. Enroll in financial literacy courses, devour books on wealth management, and connect with trusted experts like financial advisors, tax specialists, and attorneys who can guide you through the unfamiliar. Cultivate the skill to ask pertinent questions, seek clarity in every transaction, and advocate for yourself. Wealth requires your active participation for its preservation. You must rise to meet its demands. Approach this new chapter with humility and a willingness to expand your understanding. And in doing so, you will not only acquire skills to safeguard your fortune, but also the wisdom to leverage it to its fullest capacity. Success acts like a spotlight, illuminating your achievements for the world to observe. This light, however, doesn't just showcase your growth. It also casts shadows on the insecurities, doubts, and unfulfilled aspirations of others. Some will cheer you on with genuine excitement, celebrating your ascent as evidence of what's achievable, yet others may respond with resentment, envy, or veiled criticism. You may catch whispers of sentiments like, "It must be nice," or face implications that suggest you didn't earn your success or that it arrived too effortlessly. Here's an important truth. These reactions are not about you. They reflect the inner struggles of those around you. Your success serves as a mirror, reflecting back their unfulfilled dreams, stagnated ambitions, or unrealized potential. This reality can be particularly painful when the negativity stems from those you once considered your greatest supporters, family, friends, or colleagues. Their discomfort or withdrawal might feel personal, but know that it is a manifestation of their struggles, not a reflection of your actions. Remember, you have not changed for the worse, you have simply grown. Growth is essential, and with it comes change, but such transformation is often challenging for others to accept, particularly when it serves as a reminder of neglected areas in their own lives. Do not dim your light to appease others. Your success is a product of your effort, resilience, and perseverance. Embrace it fully. True wealth transcends mere numbers on a balance sheet. It embodies energy, the ability to utilize resources to sculpt your life in pursuit of your deepest values and aspirations. Wealth is about creating freedom, the freedom to reclaim your time, focus on what truly matters, and design a life reflective of who you are and what you stand for. When you perceive wealth in this light, it transforms from a mere accumulation of resources into a pursuit of purpose. At its essence, wealth endows you with the power to choose. It enables you to invest in meaningful relationships, chase your passions, and support causes that resonate with your heart. It allows you to forge a legacy that surpasses material possessions, one rooted in impact and transformation. However, there's a caveat. Chasing wealth solely for the sake of accumulation can lead to an unending cycle of dissatisfaction. The relentless pursuit of more can turn into a treadmill experience, exhausting yet unfulfilling. True significance emerges when you recognize wealth as a tool, a means to create impact not just for yourself, but for your loved ones and the broader world. It's about making decisions that uplift, empower, and inspire, whether that means providing opportunities for others, nurturing family ties, or pursuing dreams you once deemed unreachable. Wealth becomes the energy that realizes these possibilities. If this message resonates with you, we invite you to share your thoughts with us. What does true wealth signify for you? Engage with us in the comments below at Chosen One Sanctuary. We value your insights and experiences. If you found inspiration in this video, don't forget to subscribe to Chosen One Sanctuary and join our ever-growing community. Thank you for being here, and we look forward to seeing you in the next video. Have you ever found yourself amidst a bustling crowd, surrounded by laughter and conversation, yet felt as though you were the only one who truly perceives, the only one who hears the whispers hidden beneath the surface, or feels the invisible weight of something profound? If you've ever pondered, why me? Why do I sense what others overlook? Why do I feel the currents that others ignore? Know that you are not alone. Welcome, beloved souls, to this sacred space of truth, wisdom, and healing. Today we delve into one of the most profound spiritual gifts, the gift of discernment. This is more than just another video. It's a sacred opportunity for awakening, a dialogue with the divine, and a moment to uncover clarity and purpose in the gifts bestowed upon you by God. Discernment is not merely a skill, it is a divine endowment. While the world might recognize it as the ability to notice subtle details, differentiate between similar entities, or make informed choices, in the spiritual realm, discernment runs much deeper. It is the Holy Spirit whispering truths that escape the distracted, a divine sharpening of your vision to see what lies beneath the surface. Yet, let's be honest, possessing this gift can sometimes feel burdensome, even isolating. You may frequently question why you can't be like everyone else, why you have to perceive the fractures in their facades, or why God reveals dangers to you that others seem blind to. Allow me to reassure you, there is absolutely nothing wrong with you. In fact, there is so much right within you. God chose you for this purpose. Remember the words of Jesus, "He who has ears to hear, let him hear." This profound statement reminds us that not everyone is granted the capacity to perceive spiritual truths. Some lack the awareness or discernment to see beyond the borders of external circumstances. But you have been chosen, set apart, and with that calling comes a sacred responsibility. Discernment, while extraordinary, carries its weight. It's not something you can simply turn off or dismiss. You enter a space and intuitively sense what lies beneath the surface before a single word is uttered. You have a knack for identifying who is sincere and who is not, feeling the tension in unspoken words and sensing the sorrow behind forced smiles. This gift, the ability to see beyond appearances, is both a blessing and a duty. Consider the scenario of a new colleague entering your workplace. Everyone fawns over them, lauding their charm, energy, and apparent goodness. They effortlessly win the room's affection with their charisma, yet something deep within you feels amiss. While their words resonate as sweet, your spirit detects an underlying sharpness, perhaps manipulative tendencies. Initially, you may hesitate to voice your concerns, questioning why you would suspect someone universally embraced. Yet, as time unfolds, the truth begins to reveal itself. This individual betrays trust, sows gossip, or plots for self-gain at the expense of coworkers. Meanwhile, you quietly acknowledge, "I knew it. I sensed something was off." That is discernment in action, a divine whisper alerting you to unseen realities. However, discernment isn't about being right or feeling superior. It isn't a weapon for judgment or condemnation. Instead, it's about recognizing what God is attempting to convey through your heightened awareness. At times, He might be prompting you to safeguard your heart from deceit or danger. Other moments might call you to pray for someone silently battling turmoil, even when their outer demeanor conveys otherwise. Discernment can also prepare you for moments of divine intervention, where your insight can facilitate someone's liberation. You may be called to voice a truth that sheds light on another's path, offering clarity where confusion reigns or hope where despair lingers. The gift of discernment possesses both power and purpose. It serves as a reminder of your deep connection to the Spirit of God, attuned to His guidance in ways others may not grasp. Although this awareness can feel isolating, it is ultimately a blessing, a safeguard for your soul, and a beacon of truth for those around you. Embrace your gift as the sacred endowment it is, allowing God's wisdom to illuminate your path as He reveals what others cannot perceive. When you carry the gift of discernment, relationships acquire a depth and complexity that can be profound. It transcends mere communication. It becomes about sensing the spirit behind each word. You can subtly gauge underlying emotions and intentions without the need for explicit dialogue. You witness the invisible threads of intention that weave through interactions, providing insight into the dynamics at play. This ability to perceive beneath the surface is a tremendous blessing, one that can catalyze real connections and foster understanding. So, revel in this gift and allow it to guide you as you navigate the intricacies of relationships and life's circumstances. You are equipped to embody a light in the world, one that illuminates truth, fosters understanding, and offers hope. Your journey is a part of a divine narrative, and your discernment will guide you as you step into the beautiful calling before you. A profound illustration of discernment and action is presented in Luke 7:36-50. Jesus was dining at the home of a Pharisee named Simon when a woman, known for her sinful background, entered the room weeping. She anointed Jesus' feet with costly perfume, her tears mixing with the fragrance. Simon, silently judging her, thought to himself, "If this man were a prophet, he would know who is touching him and what kind of woman she is, that she is a sinner." But Jesus discerned far beyond Simon's judgmental thoughts. He saw the woman's heart, a heart filled with repentance, gratitude, and faith. While Simon concentrated on her past, Jesus focused on her transformation. He spoke forgiveness over her, saying, "Your faith has saved you. Go in peace." This moment epitomizes discernment, seeing beyond appearances to unveil truths that only God can reveal. Jesus didn't merely notice her actions. He comprehended her motives and her heart. Through his discernment, he offered healing, restoration, and dignity to a woman who had been cast aside by society. Yet, discernment is not always met with understanding. It can feel isolating, even lonely. When you see what others cannot, you may hesitate to voice your insights, fearing they'll dismiss you or, worse, label you as judgmental. This is one of the most common misinterpretations surrounding discernment. It is not judgment. While judgment and discernment may seem alike, they are fundamentally different. Judgment condemns, whereas discernment reveals. Judgment confines individuals to stereotypes and assumptions about their mistakes, but discernment opens pathways to wisdom, growth, and truth. Judgment tears down, while discernment builds up. Consider another story, the Samaritan woman at the well in John 4. Jesus met her as she drew water and discerned her life story without her uttering a word. He knew about her past, her multiple marriages, and her current relationship. Yet, instead of condemning her, he offered her living water, a spiritual renewal that would change her life. His insight was not wielded as a weapon to shame, but as a tool for healing and guiding her into truth. This is the essence of discernment. God does not grant you this gift to tear people down. He bestows it upon you to build them up, to protect them, and to guide them. Discernment enables you to see people as they truly are, flawed, broken, and in need of grace, yet still profoundly loved by God. It urges you to approach others with compassion and wisdom rather than condemnation. Despite its beauty and power, discernment can feel like a lonely gift. There's a weight to perceiving what others overlook, and that weight can isolate you. You might find yourself hesitant to share your insights, fearing misunderstanding. People may label you as pessimistic or overly critical, unable to grasp the depth of your perceptions. However, here's the truth. Discernment is not about tearing others down. It's about comprehending what God reveals. Sometimes He calls you to guard your heart against harm. Other times, He equips you to pray for someone, intercede for them, or share a truth that will set them free. Whatever the reason, discernment always involves aligning your perspective with God's wisdom and truth. When you possess the gift of discernment, your purpose is to follow Jesus' example. Like Him, you are called to look beyond appearances and delve into the heart of every situation, be it the woman anointing His feet in Luke 7 or the Samaritan woman at the well in John 4. Jesus employed His discernment to guide, heal, and transform. So must you. God did not grant you discernment to magnify flaws or elevate yourself. He gifted it to you as a means to build His kingdom, to protect those who cannot perceive the dangers before them, and to draw others closer to His truth. It is a treasure designed to foster love, protection, and wisdom. When the burden of discernment feels cumbersome, remember, you are not alone. Jesus, who understood hearts with perfect clarity, appreciates the responsibility you bear. Lean into Him for strength and trust that His Spirit will direct you in utilizing this gift wisely. Discernment may not always be easy, but it is sacred. In every moment you sense the unseen, remember you are walking in step with the Spirit, fulfilling a divine purpose that brings glory to God and freedom to those He places in your path. Let's explore a topic often overlooked yet deeply felt: the fear others experience when they realize you can see through them. This is a fear they may not vocalize. It's too vulnerable, too exposing. Yet it's there, evident in their actions. They may avoid eye contact, shift uncomfortably in your presence, or become defensive. Even when you've said nothing, they might label you as negative or excessive, projecting their discomfort onto you because your very presence unsettles them. Why does this occur? Because discernment, the gift God has placed within you, possesses the power to shake people to their core. They sense, even if they can't articulate it, that you see what they attempt to conceal: their insecurities, motives, or unrepentant sins. Your ability to discern the truth leaves them feeling exposed, and exposure can be frightening for those who prefer to live behind masks. It is not easy to be the one who sees, the one who understands. Sometimes, the burden of discernment feels overwhelmingly heavy. You might yearn to unsee it all, to return to living unaware of the tensions and hidden motives around you. but you cannot. God bestowed this gift upon you for a reason, and with it comes both purpose and responsibility. Discernment is not a switch you can flick on and off. It is a constant undercurrent in your life. Spiritual insight that brings clarity to what others cannot or choose not to see. This clarity is a double-edged sword. On one side, it is a blessing, shielding you from deception and directing you toward truth. On the other, it can feel isolating as those around you may misunderstand or resist your insights. But here's the truth. Their discomfort is not your burden to bear. Their fear of exposure is not your fault. Your gift was not given to win favor with people or to make them comfortable. It was granted to align you with God's wisdom and purpose. Rather than retreating, embrace what God has entrusted to you. Understand that the uneasiness others feel is not a reflection of your character but their own. They are reacting to the light you carry, a light that pierces through darkness and reveals truth. Indeed, the weight of discernment can be heavy. There will be days when you long for the simplicity of ignorance, when seeing and knowing feels more like a burden than a blessing. Yet God, in His infinite wisdom, has given you this gift because He knows you can handle it. He equipped you with the strength to carry it and the wisdom to wield it with grace. Discernment is not merely about detecting lies or avoiding danger. It is also about something invaluable, your time. Time is one of the most precious gifts God has endowed you with, and discernment acts as a divine safeguard to help you steward it wisely. Consider how much time individuals lose pursuing the wrong relationships, remaining in unfulfilling jobs, or traversing paths not meant for them. They overlook warning signs and red flags, convincing themselves that things will improve, or that they are merely overthinking. This leads them to squander their energy and miss opportunities for both growth and joy, but not you. God has equipped you with the gift of discernment, and this gift serves as a shield. It protects you from investing your heart, energy, and time in people or situations that don't align with His purpose for your life. Discernment sharpens your vision, allowing you to see what lies beneath the surface. When others are blinded by charm or appearances, you can sense what is real and what is not. Yet, this protection comes with a cost. It may mean your circle of friends is smaller than most. You might find it challenging to trust or connect with people until you have carefully understood their true character. But the trade-off is worth it. The friends you keep are genuine, loyal, and aligned with your values. Let's be honest. Fake friends don't deserve a place in your life. Those who wear masks, who manipulate or take advantage, only deplete your energy and distract you from your God-given purpose. Your discernment ensures they do not remain, regardless of the loneliness that may accompany pruning your relationships. Accepting this reality is not always easy. There may be moments when you envy those surrounded by large social circles or thriving in worldly pursuits. You might wonder, why is my circle so small? Why do I feel so different? It's a natural question, especially when society equates worth with the number of people surrounding you. But here's a profound truth to embrace: quality over quantity. What is the value of a crowd if it's constructed upon pretense? How meaningful is companionship when it is rooted in deception, hidden motives, or superficial connections? A room filled with people can still leave you feeling utterly alone if those relationships lack authenticity. While the world may celebrate numbers, God values truth, and it is within this truth that your discernment truly distinguishes you. God has called you to something greater than mere acceptance. He has set you apart. Being set apart frequently entails walking alone, a journey that can be painful yet purposeful. God is not isolating you as a form of punishment. Rather, He is refining you, safeguarding you, and preparing you for relationships and opportunities that resonate with His divine will. Even during those moments when your solitude becomes burdensome, remember this: you are never truly alone. Jesus himself promised, "I am with you always, to the very end of the age." His words serve as more than just a fleeting reassurance. They are a deep, unchanging truth. The same Jesus who walked alongside outcasts, comforted the misunderstood, and embraced the rejected is with you right now. Consider the Samaritan woman at the well in John 4. She was an outcast, drawing water alone during the heat of the day to evade the judgmental glares of her community. Yet it was here, in her isolation, that Jesus met her. He saw her, understood her, and spoke life into her circumstances, transforming her shame into purpose. Just as he reached out to her in her loneliness, Jesus approaches you in your moments of isolation, comprehending the weight of being set apart because he experienced it himself, rejected by many and misunderstood even by those closest to him. Let this realization comfort you. A small circle does not diminish your worth. It reflects God's care. He is pruning your relationships to ensure that only what is genuine and life-giving remains. Your discernment may result in a smaller circle, but it also fortifies it. Let's revisit the narrative of the prophet Elijah in the book of 1 Kings, chapter 19. After experiencing a dramatic victory on Mount Carmel, where God displayed his power by consuming the altar with fire in front of the prophets of Baal, Elijah found himself fleeing for his life, beset by Queen Jezebel's threats. Exhausted, disheartened, and feeling utterly isolated, he cried out to God, lamenting, "I have been very zealous for the Lord God Almighty. The Israelites have rejected your covenant, torn down your altars, and put your prophets to death. I am the only one left, and now they are trying to kill me too." Elijah's words expose a profound loneliness, echoing the sentiment that he stood alone in his faith. Perhaps you relate to this. You look around and feel as though no one else sees what you see or bears the burden you carry. That weight can be overwhelming, leading you to retreat from the world, much like Elijah did when he hid in the cave. Yet, in his infinite mercy, God reminded Elijah that he was not alone. He reassured Elijah that there remained 7,000 in Israel who had not bowed to Baal or kissed him. This profound revelation means Elijah was not the sole bearer of truth, even if it felt that way. God had preserved a faithful remnant, individuals Elijah had not yet encountered. You too may feel like Elijah at times, overwhelmed by the heaviness of discernment and the isolation it may bring. It can be easy to convince yourself that you are the only one who perceives the truth in a world plagued by distractions and deception. However, just as God reminded Elijah, he wants to remind you, you are not alone. God walks with you through every moment of isolation, fear, and doubt. Just as he spoke to Elijah in a gentle whisper, he speaks to you, assuring you of his presence and purpose. Moreover, God has placed others in this world who comprehend what you are carrying, even if you haven't met them yet. They may be scattered and hidden from view for now, but they exist. People who share your calling, your struggles, and your desire to live for God's truth. Take heart in this affirmation. The solitude you endure is not the conclusion of your story. God is diligently working behind the scenes, connecting you with others in his timing. Just like Elijah, you may feel alone, but you are part of a greater community, a remnant of faithful souls who have not compromised their faith or calling. Your discernment is not a curse, it's a gift. While it may set you apart, it also sets you free, free from lies, free from the superficial, free from the snares that ensnare others. God has entrusted you with this gift because he knows you possess the strength to carry it. He has equipped you with the wisdom to navigate it and the grace to embrace it. When others misunderstand you, continue walking your path. Trust the Holy Spirit. Their discomfort is not your burden. You are not here to garner the approval of people. You are here to please God. As Proverbs 9:10 states, "The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, and knowledge of the Holy One is understanding." Your discernment reflects that wisdom. It signifies that you are walking closely with God, that His Spirit is alive and active within you. You may lack a crowd cheering you on, and that's perfectly fine. You're not living for their validation. You're living for His gaze, and He sees you, knows you, and comprehends the weight you carry. So continue to trust your instincts, your feelings, your insights. God bestowed upon you this gift not to burden you, but to bless you. You are chosen, you are called, and you are never alone. In life, there are seasons where you might find yourself on a solitary journey. Friends may drift away, family might seem distant, and the comforting rhythms of your social circles could fall silent. Yet, in this solitude, you will discover that you are not truly alone. Walking alongside you is the one who promises never to leave you, the eternal God who holds you in His care. While the world often claims that strength is found in numbers, as you walk alone with God, you will uncover a power that far surpasses any human connection. This strength, grounded in faith, is enduring and transformative. It doesn't rely on the approval or companionship of others. Instead, it draws from the steadfast presence of your Creator. Though the journey may be challenging, it unveils the beauty and resilience of a heart that trusts in the Lord above all else. When human relationships seem to fall short, His love fills every void, every longing, and every need. Scripture assures you that the Lord Himself goes before you and will be with you. He will never leave you nor forsake you. In your walk with God, this truth becomes your anchor. You learn to derive strength not from human applause but from His unchanging presence. This path leads you to a deeper faith, teaching you to hear God's voice amid silence and find joy even in the quiet moments. Your solitude can become fertile ground for spiritual growth, a place where your identity, worth, and peace are anchored firmly in God. Society often places immense value on companionship, presenting it as the ultimate measure of success and self-worth. Validation, it seems, is frequently linked to the number of friends you have, the size of your social circle, or the followers on your online platforms. Yet you, who walk alone, have discovered a truth that contradicts society's norms. Genuine strength isn't born from external validation, but arises from an unshakable faith in God and the resilience He nurtures within you. Walking alone is not indicative of weakness or failure. Rather, it is a unique opportunity, a sacred space to draw nearer to your Creator. In this solitude, you come face to face with the sustaining power of God. Psalm 46:5 serves as a constant reminder. God is within her. She will not fall. God will help her at break of day. With God dwelling within you, no challenge is too great, no trial too daunting to cause you to stumble. His presence forms the foundation of your strength, enabling you to stand firm in the face of life's storms. As the noise and distractions of the world dissipate, you become attuned to God's still, small voice, guiding you, comforting you, and reaffirming your worth. Your strength does not rest in fleeting applause or temporary approval. It grows from a deep reservoir of resilience, shaped by life's challenges, quiet moments of solitude, and the continuous process of personal and spiritual growth. You learn that independence and self-reliance are not innate traits, but rather skills developed over time. Every season of hardship and each step taken alone builds a lesson in trust and perseverance. With every obstacle faced, you begin to rely less on the world and more on God, discovering that His love and provision are more than sufficient. This journey transforms you, teaching you that true strength emerges not from numbers or popularity, but from a heart anchored in faith. Your solitude, rather than a void, becomes a sanctuary, an environment where you not only grow closer to God but also to yourself. You start to understand your identity in Christ, distinct from the opinions and judgments of others, recognizing that your worth is intrinsic, bestowed upon you by your Creator. In walking alone, you are not forsaken. You are being refined through the silence. God is shaping you into a being of resilience, wisdom, and grace. You are learning to stand strong, not by your abilities but through the unshakable presence of God within you. This is the strength that endures, the strength that carries you forward daily into His purpose. Your journey of walking alone does not equate to dismissing the significance of relationships or isolating yourself from the world. Rather, it signifies a profound realization that your worth and identity do not hinge on the approval or presence of others. You have come to understand that, while human connections can indeed be precious sources of joy, they are not the bedrock of your strength or the criteria for your value. Instead, that foundation rests on your relationship with God. This reliance on the divine empowers you to stand tall, even when the road feels solitary. It equips you to confront uncertainty with unwavering faith and assurance. The decisions you make stem not from a desire to appease others or to conform to societal pressures, but from a commitment to your values and the sacred purpose God has imbued in your life. As you walk this path alone, you do so with clarity, recognizing that your direction is shaped not by the transient opinions of humankind, but by the eternal wisdom of God. The story of Ruth is a poignant example of this kind of resilience. After the heartbreaking loss of her husband, Ruth stood at a crossroads. She could have returned to her homeland, where comfort and familiarity were waiting, but she chose instead the daunting path of loyalty. She devoted herself to Naomi and to God's plan, declaring, "Where you go, I will go, and where you stay, I will stay. Your people will be my people, and your God my God." This choice was not made lightly. It necessitated leaving behind her family, her culture, and her safety net to journey into the unknown. Yet, fueled by her courage, determination, and trust in God, Ruth pressed onward. Her story serves as a reminder that walking alone can require sacrifice, but often leads to a more profound relationship with God, fulfilling His greater purpose. Likewise, as you tread your unique journey, you place your faith in God's plan, even amidst uncertainty. You perceive that this ambiguity is not an indication of God's absence, but an opportunity to trust Him more intimately. In doing so, you become a person of remarkable resilience. You do not falter when faced with abandonment or trials. Instead, you access the wellspring of strength that God has planted within you. This inner fortitude, cultivated in solitude and reliance on Him, enables you to meet life's challenges with conviction. You embrace a powerful truth. Apart from God, the only person you can truly depend upon is yourself. This realization is not fear-inducing, but profoundly liberating. God has equipped you with everything necessary to stand steadfast. This birthright yields an unshakable confidence. As you navigate life walking alone, you no longer measure your value by society's ever-shifting standards or the ephemeral affirmation of others. Instead, your worth is anchored in the unwavering truth of how your Creator sees you. As 1 Peter 2:9 beautifully affirms, "But you are a chosen people, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, God's special possession." This scripture is your bedrock, a constant reminder that you are chosen, cherished, and profoundly loved by God. No human judgment, whether supportive or critical, can diminish this truth. You are, indeed, God's special possession, and this insight liberates you from the exhausting cycle of seeking societal validation or conforming to others' expectations. With this divine understanding, you no longer permit others to define your identity or worth. Instead, you rest securely in the assurance that God has already established your value, purposeful and loved beyond measure. This liberating truth reshapes how you navigate relationships, decisions, and life overall. Understanding your worth in God empowers you to set healthy boundaries. You no longer feel compelled to say yes to every request or invitation as a means of seeking acceptance. Instead, you prioritize relationships and situations that honor your values and calling, surrounding yourself with individuals who inspire you, spur you to grow, and resonate with the divine purpose you have been given. Nevertheless, your identity does not hinge on others, even those who pour support into your life. You recognize that while relationships are enriching and beautiful, they do not constitute the foundation of your worth or peace. These treasures come solely from God. Your peace, joy, and sense of self-worth are secure in His love, which remains steadfast regardless of changing circumstances or opinions. This truth transforms your perspective on solitude. Rather than feeling inadequate or incomplete, you embrace this time as an opportunity to deepen your relationship with God and strengthen your understanding of your authentic identity. You walk confidently, not because of what others say about you, but because of what God has declared over you. Walking alone requires a unique kind of courage, the courage that stems from trusting God more than you trust the opinions of others. However, it also affords you unparalleled freedom. In this season, you gain the clarity to make decisions that align with your true self and your faith, free from societal norms or the compulsion to follow the crowd. You harness the strength to live authentically, honoring the calling God has placed upon your life. This freedom is not about isolation, it is about independence, the ability to stand firm in who you are and what you are destined to do. It allows you to thrive in ways that may not be possible amid constant external noise and expectations. Solitude becomes a fountain of empowerment, a space where you discover not only God's will, but also the gifts, strength, and resilience He has instilled within you. Your journey reflects that of Queen Esther, a woman of extraordinary courage who stepped into her divine purpose despite facing enormous personal risks. Esther's bravery was rooted not in her royal position or the approval of others, but in her unwavering trust in God. When the lives of her people hung in the balance, she declared boldly, "If I perish, I perish," demonstrating a faith that transcended fear. In a similar manner, you, walking alone with God, embody that spirit of boldness and authenticity. You are unafraid to follow your calling, even when it leads to paths others may not comprehend. Your decisions are driven not by transient worldly opinions, but by the everlasting wisdom of your Creator. This courage allows you to live with integrity, remaining true to your values even in challenging times. Like Esther, you recognize that fulfilling your divine purpose often entails taking significant risks, trusting God's plan over your own, and stepping boldly into the unknown. Although the world may misunderstand or criticize your journey, you remain resolute. Your independence is not a rejection of relationships. Rather, it reflects your trust in God and your commitment to living out the life He has called you to lead. In walking alone with God, you discover the strength, courage, and freedom to live boldly, authentically, and with purpose. One of the most profound blessings of walking alone with God is your unwavering trust in His guidance. In the absence of constant input and distractions from others, you experience a rare and sacred clarity that allows you to discern His voice more clearly. Without the clamor of competing opinions, you cultivate a heightened sensitivity to His leading. realizing that no human wisdom or counsel can compare to the divine clarity and strength that come from seeking God in prayer and aligning with His will. Proverbs 3:5-6 serves both as a reminder and a promise. Trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to Him, and He will make your paths straight. This truth becomes your anchor, guiding you through periods of uncertainty. Trusting in the Lord with all your heart means surrendering your fears, doubts, and your understanding of situations. Rather than hastily seeking advice or approval from others, you pause to bring your concerns before God, believing that His timing and direction are perfect. This trust is transformative, altering how you approach challenges, decisions, and the unknown. You no longer feel compelled to rely solely on your reasoning or the validation of others. Instead, you wait patiently for His guidance, confident that He sees the entire picture when you can only perceive a fragment. Even when the path ahead appears obscure, you proceed in faith, assured that God is at work, preparing the way for you. This faith is not blind optimism. It is a deeply ingrained belief in His goodness and faithfulness. You comprehend that His plans for you are not only perfect, but also imbued with purpose, crafted with love and care. Walking in trust enables you to relinquish the weight of control, liberating you from anxiety and the relentless pursuit of figuring everything out on your own. You submit your plans to God, and in turn, He provides direction, peace, and reassurance. As you continue on this journey, you witness His promises unfold in ways you could never have envisaged, deepening your trust with every step. Trusting God's guidance is not merely an act of faith. It is a profound expression of your relationship with Him. It reflects your confidence in His ability to lead you and your willingness to follow, even into the realms of uncertainty. Through this trust, your life transforms into one characterized by purpose, peace, and an unwavering hope. Trusting God also means the act of surrender, a profound expression of faith that demands you let go of your plans and embrace His divine orchestration for your life. In walking alone, this surrender is not an indication of vulnerability. Rather, it showcases your trust in the One who knows the beginning and the end. It is a recognition that your understanding is limited, while His wisdom is limitless. True peace arises not from striving to control every outcome, but from placing your life fully in God's hands. By surrendering your plans, you find freedom, clarity, and peace, gifts that flow from trusting His guidance. It's in this sacred space that you will discover the strength to walk confidently into the future. Choose to embrace this journey of faith, and let Chosen One's sanctuary be your guide as you embark on this profound adventure of walking with God. Together, we will uncover the beauty and strength that come from trusting His plans, and we invite you to join us, sharing in this powerful journey of faith, identity, and purpose. You open your heart to the divine path that has been prepared for you. A path that may not always be predictable, yet is always perfect. This surrender allows you to live intentionally, prioritizing not your fears or uncertainties, but the unwavering assurance that God is guiding your every step. You come to realize that faith does not demand you to have all the answers or to see the full picture. Instead, it invites you to trust in the One who holds that picture in its entirety. Even when doubts creep in or the journey ahead appears daunting, your faith drives you onward. It reminds you that God's plans are ultimately for your good, even if you cannot grasp their full purpose in the present moment. Surrendering control becomes an act of freedom, liberating you from the burden of anxiety and the urge to manage everything yourself. It lets you rest in the knowledge that God is actively orchestrating every detail for His glory and your growth. Through this trustful act, you find peace, confidence, and the strength to move forward, knowing you are never alone on your journey. In solitude, you uncover a profound sense of purpose. Without the noise and distractions of the world, you can focus on your unique calling, the divine mission God has beautifully crafted for your life. Solitude grants you the clarity to hear His voice as He leads you toward the path He has designed for you. Like Deborah, the judge and prophetess of Israel, you learn to step into your God-given role with boldness and assurance, understanding that your strength is drawn from Him. Deborah's courage came not from human validation, but from her unwavering trust in God's direction. Similarly, your choices are guided not by the desire for people's approval, but by a commitment to honor God in all your efforts. Far from being a state of isolation, solitude transforms into a sacred space for reflection, growth, and renewal. In these quiet moments, you confront the truth of who you are in Christ. The world often seeks to define your worth through achievements, relationships, or societal accolades. However, in solitude, you understand that your value stems from being cherished as God's beloved child. This season of solitude deepens your relationship with God, helps you discern His will for your life, and refines the gifts He has uniquely endowed within you. It becomes a period of preparation and transformation, equipping you for the challenges and blessings that lie ahead. In this sacred space, you find renewal for your spirit, strength for your journey, and a sense of identity that remains unshaken by the opinions of others. Solitude doesn't diminish you. Rather, it empowers you to embrace your true self and walk confidently in the purpose for which you were created. Ultimately, those who walk alone are never truly alone. Every step you take is accompanied by the King of Kings, who goes before you to prepare your way, stands beside you to offer strength, and carries you when the road becomes too challenging to navigate. His presence remains constant and unfaltering, your source of comfort and assurance as you traverse through life's uncertainties. Your journey reflects remarkable resilience, unshakable faith, and deep peace. It is not the opinions of others that form your strength, but the indwelling presence of God residing within you. His Spirit empowers you to face challenges fearlessly, knowing that He is your refuge and fortress. Your worth does not hinge on the approval or judgment of those around you. Instead, it is anchored in the everlasting love of your Creator. As you continue to walk with Him, your path is shaped by His perfect guidance, leading you with wisdom and carrying out His good and purposeful plans for your life. Even in moments of doubt or solitude, remember that His plans are designed to prosper you, not to harm you, to give you a future filled with hope. Let your story inspire others to find the courage to walk boldly with God. Your testimony of faith and reliance on Him will serve as a beacon of hope for those who may be struggling to trust in His presence. As you move forward in your journey, may you continually draw strength from God, embrace your identity as His beloved, and live with unwavering confidence and purpose. Rest in the truth that you are never truly alone. He is always with you, guiding you, loving you, and sustaining you every step of the way. Let us conclude with a prayer. Heavenly Father, we humbly come before you, filled with gratitude. Thank you for being our strength in weakness, our peace in solitude, and our guide in times of uncertainty. Help us to trust you wholeheartedly, to embrace your wonderful plans, and to walk boldly in faith. Strengthen our hearts, Lord, and remind us that we are never truly alone, for you are with us always. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. If this message resonates with your heart, consider sharing it and spreading the hope of God's unfailing love through Chosen One's sanctuary. Together, let us inspire others to walk forth in faith and courage. Many individuals are often too afraid to question their understanding of God. We've been conditioned to believe that such inquiries are dangerous, almost blasphemous. Yet, the true danger lies in the unwillingness to question. It's in blindly accepting a version of spirituality that keeps you in fear, far removed from your immense inner power. If you observe those in the top 1%, those who wield influence, power, and wealth that seems almost supernatural, you'll note something profound. They grasp a vital truth. God is not an external figure to be worshipped. Rather, God is the very force you channel to create, to manifest, and to shape your reality. While many view spirituality as submission, an act of hoping and waiting for salvation, the elite recognize that God is about action. The fact is, the power of God correlates to the power of consciousness. When you genuinely understand this, your life will be transformed. Let us strip away illusions for a moment and confront the truth. The true God is not a distant figure in the heavens, nor is he confined to religious doctrines. God is the energy that flows through you, through me, and through every living thing that exists. This divine force does not merely observe creation, it is creation itself. It is the energy that animates your body, beats your heart, empowers your thoughts, and brings your desires into reality. Those within the top 1%, who seem to lead extraordinary lives of influence, power, and abundance, comprehend this truth. They do not spend their lives praying to an external deity, passively awaiting miracles. Instead, they become the architects of their miracles by aligning their thoughts, emotions, and actions with intention and clarity. They harness the very power of the universe. They understand the secret. The universe responds not to what you desire, but to what you truly are. Think about it. Every monumental achievement, every life-changing decision, and every dream fulfilled begins with this alignment. These individuals recognize that God is not separate from them. Rather, God is the energy they channel through their beliefs, choices, and actions, shaping their reality in ways that others only dream to experience. So, let me pose a profound question. When was the last time you deeply examined your beliefs about God? Not through the teachings of a church, a preacher, or sacred texts, but from a place deep within your own consciousness. Have you dared to explore who or what God truly means to you? Because the moment you do, you begin to unlock the immense creative power that has resided within you all along, a power that awaits awakening and unleashing. The challenge is that most people have been conditioned to perceive God as separate from themselves, an external force residing in the heavens that dictates their fate. They often see the divine as something beyond their grasp, a power they must plead or petition for assistance. This mindset fosters feelings of lack, leaving them feeling powerless and trapped, eternally longing for answers, blessings, or transformative changes. This way of thinking confines them, driving a wedge between them and the boundless potential within. But the top 1%, those who appear to achieve the impossible and shape their lives with intention, see things through a different lens. They perceive God not as distant or unreachable. They understand the divine as the powerful energy flowing through them. They recognize that this creative force isn't something to beg for, but something to embody. They don't merely believe in God, they become the expression of God. That is the defining difference. When you embody the divine, you stop waiting for miracles and start creating them. The top 1% embrace the truth that aligning their thoughts, emotions, and actions with this powerful energy enables them to manifest their desires and shape their reality. They fundamentally conceive that God is not an entity outside of them, but the driving force within, the consciousness empowering every decision, every creation, and every outcome. Ultimately, the truth reveals that the divine is not about separation, it's about connection. It's about realizing that the power you seek is already within you, waiting to be activated. When you shift your mindset from one of passive waiting to one of proactive doing, you fully step into your role as a co-creator with the universe. and in that moment, the limits you once believed in simply fade away. You may have heard the expression, "Thoughts become things." Do you genuinely grasp its power? For many, this idea is merely inspirational fluff, but for those in the top 1%, it's a fundamental law of existence. Every thought sends ripples through the universe, just like dropping a stone into a pond. Those ripples extend outward, shaping your reality in ways you may not immediately witness. The 1% know that this process is instantaneous. Every time you think something, reality begins to shift. However, most falter at this juncture because their thoughts are scattered and contradictory. They may aspire for abundance while simultaneously harboring fears of unworthiness. They aim for success, but cling to doubts about their capabilities. Yet, it is precisely this alignment that holds the key to transformation. Every thought becomes a catalyst for creation. Embrace the divine, recognize your inherent power, and watch as your thoughts pave the path to your reality. Believe it's just beyond your grasp. These mixed messages work against each other, keeping many trapped in repetitive patterns. The elite, however, possess a different mindset. They comprehend that each thought is a command to the universe, engaging their minds with focused intent. They recognize that mastering the mind equates to mastering reality itself. Here's another revelation. The top 1% realize that thoughts alone won't manifest the life you desire. Although thoughts initiate intention, it is emotion that fuels those intentions. If your thoughts lean toward abundance while your emotions are steeped in fear, doubt, or scarcity, the universe doesn't respond merely to your intentions. It responds to the most powerful signal, which often is your fear. This misalignment explains why countless individuals encounter challenges in manifesting their desires. They may produce positive affirmations, visualize their success, and think uplifting thoughts. But if their emotions are disjointed, their energy remains scattered. It's akin to steering a ship with the sails directed one way and the wind blowing contrary to their course, leading to stagnation and frustration. The elite, however, grasp this principle profoundly. They do not merely think successful thoughts, they genuinely feel successful. They cultivate and embody the emotions associated with wealth, power, confidence, and joy. They act as if they already possess what they seek, and that feeling creates a vibration that resonates with the reality they aim to bring into existence. When their thoughts and emotions align harmoniously, they generate a magnetic force that effortlessly draws their desires closer. This alignment holds the secret to authentic manifestation. Thought devoid of emotion is weak, but infuse that thought with emotion, and your intentions become charged with potent energy. The universe recognizes this energetic synchrony and reflects it back to you. It's not about feigning feelings or forcing positivity. It's about authentically stepping into the sensation of already being the person who has achieved what they desire. Mastering this process transforms your pursuits into attractions. Instead of chasing dreams, they will chase you. You evolve into a magnet for abundance, and your life begins to mirror the congruence between your thoughts, emotions, and deepest aspirations. This is the essence of alignment. Take a moment to pause and introspect on your emotional state. Are they genuinely in sync with the life you wish to create? Do they resonate with the energies of abundance, joy, and fulfillment? Or are they mired in fear, doubt, and limitation? The reality is, your emotions signal your vibrational frequency and directly influence what you magnetize into your experience. If your emotions fall out of alignment with your aspirations, it's time for a shift. This transformation requires more than just positive affirmations. It involves training yourself to feel as though your dreams are your current reality. Visualize your desired life. How would it feel to awaken each day within that reality? Would you feel thankful, confident, empowered, or joyful. Those are the emotions you must embody now, even before your desires manifest tangibly. By intentionally cultivating these feelings, you send a lucid message to the universe that you are open to receiving. This practice isn't about pretending. It's about stepping into the emotional frequency of the life you are crafting. When your thoughts and feelings are in perfect alignment, you unlock a magnetic force that naturally and effortlessly attracts your desires. Here's a surprising twist for many. The more you crave something, the more you tend to repel it. This is because neediness and desperation stem from a point of lack, which can only breed more lack. When you fixate on needing something, you emit a signal to the universe that reflects the absence of what you desire, ultimately reinforcing that very experience. The top 1% deeply comprehend this aspect and have mastered the skill of detachment. They do not operate from a position of clenching or desperation. Instead, they set clear intentions and align their thoughts and emotions with those desires, then practice letting go. They refrain from fixating on outcomes, trusting instead that the universe always favors them. For them, detachment doesn't equate to indifference. It's about possessing such profound trust that they no longer feel the compulsion to control every detail. This is where authentic power resides. When you release the constant need to force outcomes, you create an openness to receiving. Detachment cultivates space for the universe to deliver in ways that frequently surpass your utmost expectations. It reorients your energy from fear and doubt to faith and certainty, which is a far more magnetizing state. Consider the process of planting a seed. You prepare the soil, place the seed, nurture it, and then step back, trusting the natural growth process. You wouldn't continually dig up the soil to gauge progress. Instead, allow it to flourish. The same applies to manifesting your desires. Set your intentions, align your feelings, and trust the unfolding. When you harmonize clarity and surrender, you connect with a flow of creation that feels both effortless and profound. Many individuals propel through life in a perpetual state of seeking, yearning for happiness, success, love, purpose, even divine connection, as if these elements are treasures hidden far away. Yet, despite their tireless quest, genuine fulfillment often feels unattainable. The reason is simple. Seeking operates from a belief that what you desire is absent. When you function from this perspective, you unconsciously fortify a sense of scarcity. The top 1% have transcended the cycle of seeking and embraced a mindset of knowing. They recognize a profound truth. Everything they seek is inherently within them. They don't pursue happiness, success, or love. They understand that they embody these qualities. This transformative shift from seeking to knowing alters everything. When you realize that abundance is part of your innate state, it flows to you effortlessly. When you understand that love emanates from within, you no longer chase after it, you embody it. When you recognize that power isn't external, you acknowledge it as the energy flowing through you. This mindset of knowing isn't arrogance, it's alignment. It's the recognition that you are not separate from the universe. The same creative essence that birthed the stars also resides within you. When you embody this awareness, you cease the pursuit and commence the creation. You become a magnet for all you desire, as you're no longer operating from a standpoint of lack, but rather a profound, unwavering connection to the abundance and love that exists within you. The elite's secret is this. True fulfillment doesn't emerge from searching for something outside of yourself. It blossoms from awakening to the reality that you already possess it. Once you comprehend this truth, life transitions from a relentless chase to a celebration of who you are. Your beliefs serve as the bedrock of your reality. They act as the blueprint the universe utilizes to construct your existence. Each thought you harbor, Every belief you nurture sends instructions into the cosmos. If you maintain the belief that you are unworthy of success, you unwittingly craft circumstances that reinforce that belief. Conversely, if you believe you are unstoppable, you manifest opportunities, resources, and outcomes that align with that conviction. The truth is, what you believe at your core determines the life you live. The top 1% grasp this notion at a profound level. They don't merely adopt empowering beliefs. They ensure these beliefs resonate across both conscious and subconscious levels. They actively identify and dismantle the limiting beliefs that confine them, replacing them with those that support their envisioned outcomes. They recognize that beliefs aren't idle thoughts. They are energetic patterns that influence every action, decision, and result in life. This alignment is what distinguishes them from others. So, how do you transform your beliefs? Pay attention to the narratives you share with yourself each day. Your mind runs continuous internal dialogues, many of which remain unnoticed. Are these narratives uplifting or limiting? Are they telling you success is out of reach, or that you are capable of anything? Acknowledge the beliefs that keep you confined, and utilize proven methods to reprogram your mindset. Techniques such as visualization, meditation, and affirmations can assist in embedding new empowering beliefs within you. Visualization allows you to experience and feel your desired reality as if it already belongs to you. Meditation quiets the external clutter, facilitating a connection with your higher self. Affirmations consistently fortify positive beliefs, rewiring your subconscious. True transformation occurs not merely through thinking empowering thoughts, but through living them. Act as if you are already the individual who has accomplished your goals. Speak, behave, and make decisions from this elevated mindset. When you align your beliefs with the reality you wish to create, you unlock a power capable of revolutionizing your world. The top 1% comprehend a truth that remains elusive for most. Success isn't derived from sporadic bursts of inspiration or motivation, but from consistently showing up. While many individuals begin strongly only to falter when progress seems slow, the elite realize that consistency is what generates momentum. They embrace the power of steady, disciplined action, recognizing that small efforts, when repeated over time, culminate in remarkable results. Consider it as rolling a snowball down a hill. Initially, it's modest, and your progress appears trivial. Yet, as it continues to roll, it gathers mass, accelerates, and ultimately transforms into an unstoppable force. This illustrates how success unfolds. It's not about grandiose actions or monumental shifts in a single moment. It's about the compounded impact of consistent efforts, no matter how minor they may seem at the outset. You don't need to overhaul your existence overnight at chosen one sanctuary. Fact: attempting to pursue too much at once often results in burnout and frustration. Instead, start with just one habit, one belief, or one action, and commit to it every day. It could be as simple as meditating for 5 minutes, visualizing your goals, journaling, exercising, or dedicating intentional time to your craft. What matters most is that you show up, even when it feels trivial or inconvenient. Over time, this consistency rewires your mind, strengthens your resolve, and lays the groundwork for transformation. Each small action becomes a building block, establishing the foundation for the life you envision. The snowball begins to roll, and with patience and perseverance, it becomes unstoppable. Remember, success doesn't stem from extraordinary effort once in a while. It is born from ordinary effort practiced consistently. Commit to showing up for yourself every single day, and watch as your life begins to shift in remarkable ways. The ultimate truth that the top 1% grasp is this: you are divine in action. You are not separate from God. the universe, or the infinite creative force that shapes reality. You are a unique manifestation of the same power that creates stars, moves oceans, and breathes life into everything. This is not a notion reserved for mystics or spiritual gurus. It is a truth embedded within every person. The difference lies in the elite's recognition and acceptance of this reality. When you truly embrace this truth, your perspective on life transforms. You no longer see yourself as small, powerless, or at the mercy of external forces. Instead, you begin to understand that you are an active participant in the divine process of creation. Every thought you think, every intention you hold, and every action you take is an extension of this universal life force expressing itself through you. When you live from this understanding, fear dissolves. Fear can only thrive in a state of separation, the illusion that you are disconnected from the source of all power, love, and abundance. But once you realize that you are one with the divine, and that the same energy that creates worlds also flows through you, fear loses its grip. There is nothing to fear, for you are never truly alone, never without the resources to create the life you long for. This realization offers freedom. You stop living as a victim of circumstance, ruled by doubt or hesitation. Instead, you step into a state of trust, knowing that you have access to the infinite wisdom and power of the universe at all times. God is not merely around you. God resides within you, awaiting awakening and expression. When you embody this truth, life ceases to be a struggle and becomes a profound act of creation. You transition from reacting to life to creating it, with intention and fearlessness. This is your true nature, the divine in action. The top 1% have unlocked a profound secret. They don't attempt to control reality, they flow with it. They recognize that the universe is not something to dominate, but to align with. By tapping into the divine power within themselves, they shape their lives not through brute force or struggle, but through harmony and intentional alignment with universal principles. This is not a privilege reserved for the exceptional. It is a truth accessible to anyone willing to embrace it, and that includes you. This transformation begins when you stop pursuing life and start co-creating with it. The elite know that trying to force outcomes only breeds resistance, while alignment fosters ease and flow. They synchronize their thoughts, emotions, and actions with their desired reality, trusting the divine process rather than fighting against it. In doing so, they unlock an extraordinary level of creativity, abundance, and fulfillment that feels almost magical. Yet, it is simply the power of divine alignment in action. Now, let's reflect on this question. Are you ready to stop seeking and start knowing? Are you prepared to release fear, doubt, and struggle, and fully embrace your divine power? Because the moment you decide to accept this truth, everything changes. The barriers you once believed were holding you back begin to dissolve, and the limits you accepted as real fade away. It's time to stop waiting for miracles and begin creating them. The power to shape your life has always been within you, waiting to be recognized. All it takes is a willingness to trust in the divine flow, to align with the truth of who you are, and to take action from that place of knowing. The life you've always desired isn't merely possible. It's eagerly awaiting your claim. The question remains, will you take it? There are moments in life that defy simple explanations. Perhaps you've felt it, the experience of waking in the stillness of early morning, somewhere between 3:10 a.m. and 5:00 a.m. The world outside is steeped in darkness. The hustle and bustle of the day has long subsided. Yet, something stirs you from slumber, regardless of your bedtime or daily habits. Despite your routines, be it exercise, meditation, or even cutting caffeine, you find yourself waking time and time again at these odd hours. Initially, you might brush it off as mere coincidence or an insignificant disruption in your sleep. But as it happens more frequently, the question becomes unavoidable. Why does this keep occurring? What or who is waking you up? Is it a byproduct of modern life? A reaction to the stresses and anxieties that burden our minds? Or could there be something deeper at play, something spiritual? In this video, we will journey beyond superficial explanations, delving into both the scientific and spiritual dimensions surrounding this phenomenon. Most importantly, we will uncover the 3 transformative actions you must embrace when you wake up at this sacred hour. These moments aren't random interruptions. They might hold the key to profound spiritual growth and divine connection. To truly grasp the significance of waking during these early hours, we must first explore our body's intricate systems, particularly its natural rhythms. The study of sleep cycles, circadian rhythms, and psychological factors provides insight into why many find themselves awake during these times. Circadian rhythms are 24-hour cycles regulating our sleep-wake patterns, primarily governed by the hypothalamus in our brains. These rhythms are influenced by external factors like light and temperature, but also adhere to our body's intrinsic tendencies. Most individuals reach their deepest sleep between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m., transitioning into lighter stages afterward, particularly between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. During this period, the body's core temperature sees a slight dip, and hormonal shifts occur, notably as cortisol begins to rise in preparation for the day while melatonin, the hormone responsible for sleepiness, dips. These biological shifts can lead to moments of wakefulness, especially if we're grappling with stress or inner turmoil. Often, the worries of personal issues, the ruminations of past events, or anxieties about what's to come disrupt our sleep. Even during rest, our brains process emotions and thoughts, sometimes pulling us from deep sleep into lighter states or wakefulness. Emotional disturbances, whether they manifest as grief, depression, or even excitement about forthcoming events, can also affect sleep. Research indicates that stress and unresolved emotions can hinder the brain's natural ability to sustain sleep, leading to nocturnal awakenings. For some, the reason behind waking may lean more toward the physiological. Conditions such as sleep apnea, where breathing briefly halts during sleep, can contribute to frequent awakenings at night, especially during the 3 a.m. to 5 a.m. window. Insomnia frequently presents itself as difficulty falling back asleep after waking in the early morning hours. While scientific insights shed light on why we wake at night, it's vital to acknowledge that not all nocturnal awakenings are purely biological or psychological. There are instances when the boundary between the physical and metaphysical begins to blur. These moments of awakeness, particularly between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m., may carry a deeper spiritual significance, signaling that something beyond disrupted patterns or stress is at play. In these sacred hours, when the world is quiet and distractions fade, we might be called to engage with the spiritual realm. This space, where the veil between the physical and the divine thins, may afford us profound insights, divine communication, or a heightened sense of connection with the universe. Thus, we must turn our attention inward and explore the spiritual dimensions of our awakenings. Having examined the biological and psychological reasons, we now delve into a deeper, more ancient understanding of these quiet hours between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. For millennia, spiritual traditions around the globe have recognized this time as sacred. It is viewed as a moment when the barrier between the physical and spiritual realms is at its most delicate. During these hours, daily distractions ebb, the world lies in stillness, and our spirits are more open to divine communication. In many spiritual traditions, especially within Christianity, the hours between 3 a.m. and 6 a.m. are referred to as the fourth watch of the night. In ancient biblical times, nights were divided into 4 watches, and this final watch was perceived as a time of divine intervention. This is when Jesus is said to have walked on water, coming to the aid of his disciples amidst a storm. The sacred hours between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. are a time to tune in to divine guidance and embrace the transformative possibility of awakening your spirit. In those moments of stillness, notice the whispers of intuition or insights that may come your way. These moments could be pivotal for your spiritual journey. As you lay there, allow yourself to breathe deeply, embracing the quiet and listening to the messages that arise. Connect with your inner self, acknowledge your fears, and gently release them. These wakeful hours could be an invitation to establish a deeper connection with your divine essence, and to recognize the extraordinary role you play in co-creating your life. Remember, you are the author of your own story, and now is the time to write a new chapter. In the Chosen One Sanctuary, we believe that these sacred moments are opportunities for growth and revelation. Embrace them, honor them, and take action towards realizing your fullest potential. This is your journey. Step into it with confidence and purpose. The universe is waiting for you to take this leap. The key lies within you, awaiting your awakening. As the clock strikes 6 a.m., also recognized as the 4th watch, it serves as a moment when God draws especially close to those who earnestly seek Him. This hour isn't merely a brief passage in the night. It is a profound chance for spiritual connection and divine interaction. The 4th watch has been revered as a time of intense spiritual activity when the boundary between the physical and spiritual realms is at its most delicate, allowing for easier access to divine presence and wisdom. Instead of viewing this time simply as a period of observation, it calls us to action. If you find yourself awake during these hours, you may be experiencing more than just a disruption in your sleep. It could be a divine summons, an invitation to rise above your physical need for rest and embrace a higher purpose. This sacred time offers the perfect opportunity for engaging in prayer, meditating on divine wisdom, or reflecting thoughtfully on the journey of your life. The stillness that blankets the world at this hour creates an ideal environment for undistracted communication with the divine. Whether you seek guidance, clarity, or wish to align yourself more closely with God's will, the 4th watch presents a unique moment of spiritual openness. It's a gift of time to pour out your heart, listen for divine whispers, and align with the higher energies at play, knowing you are watched over and guided during these tranquil hours. The notion of early morning hours as sacred is not exclusive to Christianity. In Hinduism, the period from 3:30 a.m. to 5:30 a.m. is revered as Brahma Muhurta, the time of Brahma, the universe's creator. This is considered the optimal window for meditation, prayer, and spiritual practices, as the mind is regarded as the purest and most open at this time. Equally, in traditional Chinese medicine, the hours between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. are linked with the lungs, which are associated with feelings of grief and sadness. Waking during this time frame might signify unresolved emotional matters, yet also provides a unique chance for healing through spiritual practices like breathwork or mindfulness. If you often find yourself awake during these early morning hours between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m., do not regard this as something to fear or dismiss as an ordinary sleep disturbance. Instead, see it as a sacred invitation, a gentle nudge from the universe or the divine urging you to realign with your spiritual path. Such awakeness may hold profound significance, offering you a special opportunity to connect with the subtler and higher energies often neglected amid the day's hustle and bustle. During daylight, we become engulfed in distractions, work pressures, social interactions, and responsibilities that drown out the soul's inner voice and the divine's gentle whispers. However, during these early hours, the world quiets down, and this stillness allows your spirit to attune more profoundly to the universe's energy. This silence creates a space for reflection, meditation, and spiritual awakening, where you can more clearly perceive the messages guiding you along your path. Rather than viewing these moments of wakefulness as interruptions, embrace them as sacred opportunities to deepen your spiritual practice. Whether through prayer, meditation, or simply being still and listening, these hours present a chance to access divine wisdom and realign with your higher purpose. When you wake during this mystical hour, consider these 3 powerful actions you can take to harness this spiritual opportunity. First, one of the most significant things you can do when you find yourself awake in these sacred hours is to recall and reflect on your dreams. Dreams often serve as a bridge between the conscious and subconscious, containing symbolic messages delivered from your inner self or the spiritual realm. What were you dreaming about before you awoke? Did an image, message, or emotion stand out? Reflecting on your dreams can provide insights into your life's direction, unresolved issues, or even divine guidance. If you find it difficult to remember your dreams or they seem insignificant, this time also lends itself beautifully to meditation. In the stillness of the early morning, the quiet surrounding you mirrors the inner calm of your spirit, allowing you to connect deeply with the divine energy both within and around you. Engaging in meditation during these hours helps you tap into the intuitive wisdom buried beneath the layers of conscious thought. Simply sitting in silence, concentrating on your breath, and permitting your thoughts to come and go without attachment can open channels for spiritual insight and clarity. Sometimes you might even receive subtle nudges, messages, or feelings that guide your next steps. Another powerful practice for these early hours is to speak words of affirmation and prayer. Whether you express gratitude, seek guidance, or affirm positive intentions for your life, such declarations carry a potent spiritual energy. By voicing your intentions or affirming your faith in a higher power, you set a purposeful tone for your day. The energy infused in these declarations can influence not only your mindset, but also the circumstances that unfold in your life. Speak words of love, healing, and empowerment over yourself, your loved ones, and the paths you walk. As we wrap up this exploration of the sacred hours between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m., it becomes clear that these moments of wakefulness transcend mere sleep disturbances. They are windows of opportunity for profound spiritual connection, personal reflection, and divine communication. Rather than viewing these awakenings as inconvenient interruptions, recognize them for the insights they offer into the deeper rhythms of your soul and the larger universe. The next time you awaken at these early hours, aim to shift your perspective. Instead of feeling frustration over lost sleep, consider the possibility that you are being called to a greater purpose, to reconnect with your higher self, strengthen your bond with the divine, or receive spiritual messages meant for your growth. At this time, your mind is often at peace, free from the typical distractions of daily life, creating an ideal setting for introspection and spiritual work. These sacred hours are a gift, a time to embrace with an open heart and mind. In doing so, you not only foster a deeper connection with the divine, but also step into your role as a co-creator of your own reality. These moments of wakefulness offer the opportunity to shape your day and life with intention, wisdom, and purpose. Every action, prayer, and reflection during these hours becomes a tool for manifesting a life aligned with your highest calling. So, the next time you wake in the tranquil stillness of the early morning, don't resist. Instead, welcome it as a spiritual invitation. Let these moments be a time to align more closely with your spiritual path, to listen to the whispers of the divine, and to consciously shape your reality with grace, faith, and purpose. In this sacred time, you not only connect with something greater, you also become a powerful co-creator on your journey through life. The hours between 3:10 a.m. and 5:00 a.m. are often misinterpreted as mere disruptions in the sleep cycle, but as we have discovered, they possess profound spiritual significance. By comprehending the nuances of these wakeful periods and embracing the spiritual opportunities they offer, we can transform what may seem like inconveniences into meaningful practices of personal and spiritual growth. The next time you awaken in the quiet stillness of the early morning, don't be quick to dismiss it as just another restless night. Instead, pause, reflect, and engage with the deeper meanings inherent in this sacred time. What might the universe be trying to convey to you? What does your soul seek in these moments? Within this space, you hold the chance to align more closely with your divine purpose, to act as a vigilant guardian of your spiritual journey, and to contribute positively to the world around you. Let us awaken not solely from sleep, but to the limitless possibilities the divine holds for us in the quiet watches of the night. Thank you for joining me on this sacred exploration. If this message has resonated with you, I invite you to become part of our Chosen Ones Sanctuary community. By doing so, you won't miss any future insights or guidance on your spiritual path. Remember to like this video, share it with others seeking deeper meanings, and leave a comment below with your thoughts or experiences. Together, we have the opportunity to awaken and support one another on this beautiful journey of spiritual discovery. May you find peace, purpose, and profound connection in the stillness of these early hours. God bless. The opportunity to break free, to rise above, and to rewrite the narrative of our lives awaits you. In today's video, we will delve deeply into the necessity and spiritual transformation that comes from distancing ourselves from toxic family members. We will explore the profound effects of generational curses, the power of self-reliance, and how introspection can help us reclaim our authentic identity. Most importantly, we'll highlight how you, the chosen ones, those who sense a divine calling, can lead the charge in dismantling these destructive cycles, crafting a new legacy of empowerment for yourself and future generations. So, if you are ready to embark on this transformative journey, stay with us until the end. Don't forget to engage with us by liking, sharing, and leaving your thoughts below. And if you haven't already, join us at Chosen One Sanctuary, so you never miss out on content designed to guide you on your spiritual path. Family is often viewed as the cornerstone of our upbringing, molding who we are from the very start. However, not all familial relationships offer love and support. For some, the very individuals meant to guide us become sources of significant emotional wounds. Generational curses, patterns of dysfunction, pain, and trauma, are frequently passed down from one generation to the next, becoming ingrained in family dynamics. The Bible touches on this in Exodus 34:6-7, where it is mentioned that the sins of the parents can affect their children, impacting multiple generations. Although the term generational curse may sound mystical or old-fashioned today, it can be understood as deeply embedded psychological and emotional patterns, negative behaviors, traumas, and beliefs that are handed down generationally. For those raised in environments marked by addiction, abuse, neglect, or narcissism, these patterns can manifest in various ways, often continuing to affect the next generation unless consciously confronted and broken. For the chosen ones, those of us who feel an internal urge to rise above, this revelation often comes with a heavy responsibility. We recognize that our journey to break free is not solely for our own sake, but also for those who came before us and for generations yet to come. This burden may be formidable, but it is also a path toward liberation. To sever these generational chains requires immense inner strength and spiritual alignment. Living under the influence of a narcissistic parent or family member introduces unique challenges. Narcissists, by their very nature, lack empathy and possess an inflated sense of self-importance. Within a family dynamic, this can come across as emotional manipulation, gaslighting, and an overwhelming need for control. Children of narcissistic parents often grow up feeling inadequate, unseen, and invalidated. These parents may view their children as extensions of themselves, expecting them to fulfill roles that cater to their egos instead of allowing them to develop into their unique individuals. Such dynamics are toxic but also insidious, often going unrecognized for years. Narcissistic parents are adept at gaslighting, making their children question their perceptions of reality. Common phrases like, "You're overreacting," or "That never happened," serve to dismiss and invalidate the feelings of children. As a result, many offspring of narcissists grow up doubting their worth, experiences, and emotional responses. Breaking free from this profound dynamic is an overwhelming task. It not only requires physical distance but also emotional and psychological healing. For many, the first step toward healing involves recognizing the patterns of narcissistic abuse and understanding that they are not responsible for their parents' behavior. Narcissists thrive on control, and by stepping out of this cycle and refusing to engage or be manipulated, the chosen ones can begin to reclaim their power. Denial is a powerful force within toxic family systems, where issues are often swept under the rug. Phrases like, "We don't talk about that," or "That's just how they are commonly used to justify harmful behavior. This collective denial suppresses the truth, relegating those who speak out to the status of troublemakers. For the chosen ones, breaking free from this cycle of denial is vital. It requires courage to confront uncomfortable truths about family dynamics and to resist the pressure to conform to the family narrative. Yet it is through this confrontation that true healing can begin. Acknowledging the pain and trauma inflicted by toxic family members is the initial step toward releasing its grip on one's life. Only by facing the truth can we begin to rewrite our story. The chosen ones are not mere individuals navigating through life's hardships. They possess a heightened sense of awareness and a deep connection to their spiritual journey. This awareness enables them to see beyond their experiences and grasp the deeper spiritual significance of their struggles. As God's chosen ones, they feel called to break the dysfunction patterns passed down through family lines. This mission is not merely personal, it is spiritual and transformative. Breaking generational curses is no simple task, yet the chosen ones are uniquely equipped for this challenge. Through meditation, prayer, and other spiritual practices, they can access higher wisdom and divine guidance. This illumination helps them recognize that their suffering is not in vain. It is part of a grander plan for their growth and spiritual evolution. The journey of the chosen ones is marked by a profound commitment to healing and transformation. Demanding the courage to confront the darkness within, it requires facing toxic behaviors present in others and addressing their own wounds and fears. Through inner work, they can liberate themselves from the chains that bind them and emerge into their authentic power. Amid life's chaos, a sanctuary exists that transcends the physical realm, one not confined by time or space, but found within the depths of our own souls. This profound concept, articulated by the great Stoic philosopher and Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius, continues to resonate today. Aurelius highlighted that true peace can be discovered nowhere more serene than within oneself. His insight serves as a gentle reminder that peace is cultivated from within, not sought externally. The journey inward proves to be one of the most challenging yet rewarding paths we can undertake. It serves as a voyage of self-reflection, allowing us to confront our fears, traumas, and the toxic influences that have shaped our existence. The noise of the outside world, its distractions, judgments, and pressures can often overwhelm our inner voice. However, when we learn to silence this cacophony, we unearth a wellspring of wisdom, strength, and inner peace. For the chosen ones, this inward journey is critical to the healing process. As Marcus Aurelius wisely noted, true peace is not found outside, but within the depths of the soul. Amid the chaos and noise of toxic family dynamics, finding moments for solitude and self-reflection is essential. Solitude allows the chosen ones to disconnect from external influences that seek to control and manipulate them. In these quiet moments, they can hear their soul's voice and the divine's guidance. Through practices like meditation, journaling, and mindfulness, they can cultivate a deeper awareness of their inner landscape, enabling them to recognize the thoughts and behaviors shaped by their toxic family environment and consciously choose a new path. Self-reflection is often a challenging process, requiring us to confront parts of ourselves that we may have concealed or denied. Yet, for the chosen ones, this introspection is vital. It is through this self-reflection that they break free from the conditioning of their past and step into their true identity. In doing so, they reclaim their power and align with their highest selves. One of the most challenging aspects of the chosen one's journey is realizing that separation from toxic family members may be necessary for their growth and spiritual alignment. This separation is not about rejecting family members or holding on to resentment. Instead, it's about creating space for personal healing and empowerment. For many, making this choice is a critical step in breaking cycles of generational curses. Family dynamics are deeply entrenched, and the decision to distance oneself from toxic relationships often invites resistance, both from family and the individual. Feelings of guilt, fear, and loneliness may arise as a consequence of this separation. However, it is imperative for the chosen ones to recognize that this step is not only necessary, but represents a profound act of self-love and self-respect. As chosen ones, we are called to embrace our power and align with our divine purpose, which often necessitates leaving behind individuals and circumstances that no longer serve our highest good. While this may be a painful process, it is also a liberating one, creating space for empowerment and the flourishing of our true selves. When we embrace ourselves, we open the door to new opportunities, relationships, and experiences that align with our true path. The journey of the chosen ones is fundamentally one of empowerment, marked by their courageous steps towards breaking free from toxic family dynamics. In this journey, they reclaim their personal power and step into their authentic identities. This process does not involve seeking revenge or approval from others. Rather, it is centered on healing the wounds of the past and forging a new future. Reclaiming personal power demands a deep commitment to self-care and self-respect. It necessitates establishing boundaries with toxic family members, practicing emotional detachment, and focusing on one's own growth and healing. This undertaking can be challenging, as it often involves unlearning the habits of codependency and self-sacrifice that have been entrenched over time. For many chosen ones, the practice of emotional detachment is vital in navigating relationships with narcissistic or toxic family members. This means stepping back from the emotional manipulation and control tactics employed by these individuals while choosing not to engage in their drama. The goal here is not to abandon the family, but to safeguard one's own mental and emotional well-being. Forgiveness is a powerful component in the healing journey, yet it is often misinterpreted. Forgiveness does not entail excusing the behavior of toxic family members or welcoming them back into our lives. Rather, it involves releasing the emotional grip that their actions have on us. It is about liberating ourselves from the anger, resentment, and pain that anchor us to the past. For the chosen ones, forgiveness is not merely a personal act, but a deeply transformative spiritual practice. It transcends the mere act of pardoning another's misdeeds. It becomes a profound release that shatters the cycles of pain, dysfunction, and trauma that may have permeated through generations. These generational curses often manifest as toxic family patterns, unhealthy relationships, emotional manipulation, or deeply ingrained belief systems that trap us in a repetitive cycle of suffering and limitation. By choosing to forgive, the chosen ones do not excuse the harmful actions of others or forget the pain they have endured. Instead, they consciously decide to release the emotional and spiritual weight of resentment, anger, and bitterness that can bind them to the past. This act of release cultivates a sacred space, a fertile ground where true healing and growth can take root. By letting go of these burdens, the chosen ones dismantle the emotional chains that have kept them enslaved to outdated patterns of dysfunction. Moreover, forgiveness opens the door to emotional freedom, enabling the chosen ones to reclaim their power and autonomy, refusing to let the actions of others dictate their emotional state or future. This spiritual release is what renders forgiveness so potent. It shifts the focus from the harm inflicted by others to the healing that begins within. In doing so, the chosen ones realign themselves with their higher purpose and spiritual calling, paving the way toward an empowered future where they can thrive and guide others toward healing. Ultimately, forgiveness is an act of self-liberation. It entails breaking free from the pain of the past, setting new standards for how we live and relate to others, and establishing a legacy of strength and resilience. When chosen ones embrace this profound level of spiritual forgiveness, they do not merely heal themselves, they heal the wounds of generations, laying a foundation for future descendants to exist free from the burdens of inherited trauma. My friends, the journey of the chosen ones is by no means an easy one. It is a journey of profound transformation and empowerment. Through breaking free from toxic family dynamics, confronting generational curses, and nurturing inner peace, the chosen ones can step into their true identity and create a new legacy filled with healing, love, and empowerment. This journey is not solely about personal growth. It is about revolutionizing the world by dismantling the chains of the past, thereby fostering space for a new generation to rise, one that is liberated from the toxic patterns of history and aligned with the divine. In the words of Marcus Aurelius, "Nowhere can man find a quieter or more untroubled retreat than in his own soul." For the chosen ones, this inner retreat forms the bedrock of their strength, healing, and power. From this place of inner peace, they rise to break the chains that have bound them, creating a new path not only for themselves, but for all who come after them. Thank you for joining us on this journey. If this message has resonated with you, we invite you to like this video and share it with those who may need to hear these words. Don't forget to subscribe to Chosen One Sanctuary for more content on spiritual growth and healing. We also welcome your thoughts and personal experiences. Please leave a comment below. Your voice is essential, and together we can inspire others to rise and reclaim their inner strength. Have you ever felt that the harder you strive toward your dreams, the more resistance you encounter from everything around you? As if, no matter how much you pour into your aspirations, you are met with misunderstanding, judgment, or even rejection, especially when you are on the verge of something incredible. If this resonates, know you are not alone. In fact, this struggle is a common experience for those destined for greatness, the chosen ones. But why do chosen ones often endure such mistreatment before their breakthrough? What aspect of their energy or potential stirs up resistance in others? In today's video, we will delve into 10 profound reasons why chosen ones face these challenges, and how each obstacle is an integral part of their path to success. Before we embark on this exploration, make sure to hit the subscribe button and join the Chosen One Sanctuary community. Together, we will uncover hidden truths and embrace the journey of becoming your highest self. Let's begin with Chapter 1, The Spiritual Aura of the Chosen One. From the moment a Chosen One steps forward, there's an unmistakable shift in the atmosphere. It's not simply their words, actions, or achievements that captivate those around them. There is something far more profound at play, a spiritual essence that radiates from within. This energy reflects their deep connection to a higher purpose, creating an aura that embodies qualities like kindness and integrity. These traits stand in stark contrast to a world often fixated on ego, material gain, and surface-level success. This presence isn't merely observed, it is felt. It can be magnetizing, drawing people in, yet it can also evoke unease. Why is that? Because the Chosen One embodies traits that others may yearn to cultivate but have not yet accessed. When confronted by someone who appears to live harmoniously with their higher self, others may find themselves struck by a sense of inadequacy or discomfort. The light of the Chosen One shines directly on the unhealed parts of others, revealing unresolved conflicts, doubts, and insecurities buried beneath the surface. For those who are spiritually awakened or attuned, meeting a Chosen One is like inhaling a breath of fresh air. They become a living testament to what is possible when one fully embraces their truth, a beacon of potential and growth. However, for those who remain disconnected from their spiritual journey, this experience may stir up feelings of envy, jealousy, or even resentment. It is important to remember that these reactions do not reflect the character of the Chosen One. They are merely a mirror showcasing the inner turmoil of the other person. This complex dynamic between the Chosen One and those around them serves as both a challenge and a lesson, illustrating that spiritual growth often provokes reactions from those still grappling with their own journeys. Chapter 2, The Role of Challenges in the Journey. The challenges faced by Chosen Ones are far from arbitrary or coincidental. They are essential steps in their personal and spiritual evolution. Every hardship, every moment of isolation, misunderstanding, or rejection serves as a vital catalyst for their growth. These trials are not designed to shatter them. Rather, they are intended to sculpt them into individuals capable of realizing their higher purpose. It is only natural to question why those destined for greatness must endure such relentless tribulations. However, the answer lies in the transformative power of adversity. Without these challenges, they would never cultivate the strength, resilience, or wisdom necessary to fully embrace their destiny. The hurdles they face are not setbacks. They are the very experiences that shape Chosen Ones into leaders, healers, and visionaries. Confronting these challenges head-on compels them to uncover their deepest fears, insecurities, and inner shadows. By battling and ultimately conquering these personal demons, they emerge not only stronger, but also with profound empathy and understanding of the human condition. They learn to traverse the complexities of life with grace, humility, and wisdom, qualities that uniquely qualify them to inspire and guide others. The path they follow, while arduous, ensures they are prepared to lead. Their own journeys through adversity provide them with insights into life's intricate tapestry, equipping them to uplift others along the way. The compassion required to assist others in navigating their hardships is paramount. Chosen Ones represent much more than mere symbols of success. They exemplify the extraordinary power of persistence, the transformative ability of courage, and the unwavering faith that is crafted in the crucibles of adversity. Through their lived experiences, they demonstrate that struggle is not merely a weight to bear, but rather a blessing, a necessary journey toward evolving into the individuals they are destined to become. Chapter 3, The Mirror Effect, How Chosen Ones Reflect the Inner Struggles of Others. the journey of the chosen one is profoundly reflective, not just for themselves, but for all those they encounter. Their spiritual clarity and emotional depth act as a mirror, illuminating both the untapped potential within others and the areas where they may feel inadequate. This reflection can be enlightening for some, yet for many, it can be uncomfortable, as it compels them to confront hidden aspects of themselves they have long kept buried or evaded. The presence of a chosen one serves as a spotlight, illuminating pathways that others have yet to dare tread or dreams they have abandoned in pursuit of practicality. For those open to growth, witnessing the chosen one's unwavering commitment to their higher purpose and personal evolution can be immensely inspiring. Their authenticity, their capacity to remain true to their spiritual journey in a world often marked by conformity, stands as a living testament that deep fulfillment and profound purpose are attainable. In this light, the chosen one acts as a beacon of possibility, a reminder that no matter how daunting life may appear, the opportunity for transformation and a higher calling is always within reach. However, for some individuals, this reflection can be exceedingly difficult to bear. Observing someone flourish in their purpose can amplify unresolved insecurities, self-doubt, or unfulfilled dreams. The success of the chosen one may inadvertently cast a stark light on the unrealized potential or inner wounds that others carry. In these cases, the chosen one can become an unwarranted target, not due to any wrongdoing on their part, but because they represent something fundamentally deeper, the embodiment of everything the other person may fear they will never attain. This internal conflict frequently manifests as resentment, envy, or even hostility as individuals grapple with the discomfort provoked by their own reflection. This dynamic is particularly evident in close relationships, where the growth and spiritual advancement of the chosen one can feel like a challenge to the established order. Friends, family members, or colleagues who have yet to embark on their own self-discovery journeys may find the path taken by the chosen one perplexing, resulting in alienation or passive resistance. Rather than extending support, these loved ones may unintentionally erect barriers, compelled by their own discomfort. This only intensifies the emotional burden the chosen one bears, compounding feelings of isolation. Ultimately, the path of the chosen one not only encourages their own growth, but also compels those around them to confront their own unresolved inner struggles. In doing so, the journey of the chosen one becomes a catalyst for transformation, not just for themselves, but for all who are willing to gaze into the mirror they hold up. Chapter 4. The burden of high expectations. Chosen ones are often elevated onto a pedestal by those who admire their wisdom, talents, and spiritual insights. Their unique abilities can lead others to perceive them as flawless, creating an impression that they are impervious to failure. While this admiration may seem flattering at first, it often comes laden with unrealistic expectations that can swiftly transform into a weighty burden. The pressure to consistently meet these lofty ideals can become overwhelming, especially for chosen ones who, like everyone, are navigating their own doubts, insecurities, and personal struggles. They are, after all, human beings, imperfect, vulnerable, and ever-evolving. Yet, society tends to demand perfection from them, allowing little latitude for error or moments of weakness. The continuous expectation to excel and to never show cracks in their armor can result in feelings of isolation and misunderstanding. When chosen ones inevitably stumble, as all humans do, the response from others can be swift and unforgiving. The very individuals who once admired them may quickly devolve into critics, magnifying every misstep rather than extending the compassion and support they so desperately need. What was once admiration transforms into scrutiny, where every action and decision is dissected rather than approached with understanding. During tough times, chosen ones may find themselves standing alone, their vulnerabilities laid bare to harsh judgment. In the face of such towering expectations, it is crucial for chosen ones to remember that their worth does not hinge upon their ability to meet society's impossible standards. Their true value springs from their authenticity, their commitment to being genuine, their courage to face their challenges openly, and their willingness to grow from their experiences. By remaining connected to their inner calling, they continue to inspire, not due to an image of perfection, but because they embody resilience, courage, and the transformative power of self-reflection. Their journey is not about fulfilling the expectations of others. It centers on remaining true to their purpose and path. It is this authenticity, this willingness to be vulnerable, to stumble, and yet still rise, that renders them truly remarkable. By embracing their imperfections and acknowledging that they are not here to fulfill someone else's idealized vision, chosen ones can traverse their path with newfound freedom. They can inspire others not through an illusion of unattainable perfection, but through the raw beauty of their human experience, an experience that encompasses hardship, growth, and the quiet strength derived from persevering irrespective of challenges. In the end, the most profound impact chosen ones impart lies not in how they project an image of flawlessness to the world, but in how they navigate their journey with integrity, staying true to their core values amidst both praise and criticism. This is their legacy, a testament of resilience, truth, and the courage to embrace their authentic selves, regardless of the expectations imposed upon them. Chapter 5. The importance of self-reflection and inner growth. Among the most significant and transformative elements of the chosen one's journey is the profound emphasis on self-reflection and inner growth. Every external challenge they face does not simply serve as an obstacle to be overcome. It becomes a reflection of an internal lesson waiting to be revealed. These trials are not haphazard. They serve a higher purpose, inviting the chosen one to delve deeper into their own psyche and soul. Rather than something to avoid, each difficulty presents a doorway to self-discovery and impactful transformation. Chosen ones are perpetually called to look inward, to examine their beliefs, values, and motivations. Through this unceasing process of introspection, they preserve their sense of purpose and maintain fidelity to their path, even amidst resistance or doubt from the external world. This inner work equips them with emotional fortitude and spiritual resilience that sustains them through the many trials life presents. Every time they turn their gaze inward, they hone their capacity to navigate the complexities of both their inner landscapes and the outer world. As they evolve, the growth and transformation they experience not only enrich their lives, but also empower them to guide others along their journeys. Their personal stories become treasure maps for those just beginning to traverse their spiritual paths. Through the wisdom they share and the insights they acquire, chosen ones provide invaluable guidance on the intricacies of personal development and the profound capacity for self-awareness. They personify how inner growth can birth outer change, inspiring others to embark on their own journeys of transformation. This vital focus on self-reflection underscores an essential truth. True self-worth must be cultivated from within, independent of any external validation. In a world where success is often measured by outward achievements, societal approval, or recognition, chosen ones must learn to trust their own inner compass. This is no simple undertaking, as societal pressures can tempt them to seek validation from others. Yet, the genuine path of the chosen one lies in embracing their unique journeys, discovering fulfillment not in how others perceive them, but in the profound alignment with their own values and purpose. Learning to trust themselves and their inner guidance emerges as a vital lesson for chosen ones. It demands they relinquish the need for constant approval and instead cultivate an unshakable foundation of self-worth rooted in their own sense of purpose. By undertaking this path of inner growth, they cultivate a fulfillment that transcends the fleeting accolades of societal recognition. In doing so, they illustrate to others that the true measure of success rests not in external accomplishments but in the authenticity and integrity with which one leads their life. Ultimately, the journey of the chosen one is not centered on perfection or public acclaim. It revolves around the quiet yet potent endeavor of becoming more attuned to oneself, trusting the path, and finding deep satisfaction in personal evolution. Their story stands as a tribute to the power of inner growth, and through their journey they reveal that true purpose is cultivated from within, beyond the clamor and expectations of the world. Chapter 6: The Power of Compassion and Empathy. One of the most profound gifts that chosen ones offer to the world is their deep well of compassion and empathy. Having traversed their own paths of adversity, they develop a unique capacity to understand the struggles of others. Their experiences have extended their emotional breadth, enabling them to genuinely connect with the pain, joy, and complexity of the human experience. This connection fosters a safe environment for those around them to share, explore, and begin their own healing journeys. Compassion is the bridge that allows chosen ones to reach out to others in their time of need. It empowers them to extend a hand of support, reminding those around them that they are not alone in their struggles. This empathetic response can be incredibly healing, facilitating profound connections that transcend fear and isolation. By embodying kindness and understanding, chosen ones demonstrate the immense strength in vulnerability, illustrating that it is through our shared humanity that we find solace and strength. Empathy enables them to see beyond the surface, to recognize the deeper struggles that often remain hidden. This insight allows them to address not only the symptoms of someone's pain, but also the root causes, helping to facilitate holistic healing and growth. In this way, chosen ones act as catalysts for change, generating a ripple effect within their communities as they inspire others to cultivate their own empathy and compassion. However, the journey of bearing such compassion and empathy also demands balance. Chosen ones must guard against becoming overwhelmed by the weight of others' sorrows, ensuring they prioritize their own well-being while extending their support to others. They are constantly reminded that self-care is not selfish. It is essential for sustaining their empathetic nature and allowing them to continue the vital work of uplifting others. By embodying compassion and empathy, chosen ones exemplify the profound interconnectedness of humanity. Through their actions, they illuminate the truth that love and kindness can transform lives and restore hope. They invite all those they encounter to step into their own capacity for compassion, fostering a world where understanding and support flourish. In the end, it is this strength of character and emotional depth that positions chosen ones as vital beacons of light in a world that often longs for compassion and connection. Embrace this journey, and if you feel moved, share your thoughts and experiences with us at Chosen One Sanctuary. Let's walk this path of self-discovery, understanding, and transformation together. Trials and tribulations uniquely prepare the chosen ones to empathize with the struggles and sufferings of others. This enhanced sense of empathy allows them to forge deep, meaningful connections with those in need, offering guidance, comfort, and healing in ways that resonate profoundly. Their ability to understand another's pain transcends ordinary sympathy. It is rooted in personal experience, rendering their compassion both genuine and transformative. However, this profound depth of empathy can also act as a double-edged sword. Because they feel so intensely for others, the chosen ones often find themselves vulnerable to emotional fatigue. The burden of their own challenges, coupled with the challenges of those around them, can swiftly become overwhelming. Without clear boundaries, their boundless capacity for caring can lead to mental and emotional exhaustion. It becomes imperative for the chosen ones to realize that their role as healers and guides is invaluable, and to protect their own well-being must also be a priority. Compassion, while an immensely powerful force for good, must be balanced with practices of self-care. They need to understand that setting healthy boundaries is not an act of selfishness, but an essential step in maintaining their own energy. After all, they cannot continue to uplift and support others if their own reserves are running on empty. By prioritizing their own mental, emotional, and spiritual health, they not only rejuvenate themselves, but also ensure they can serve the world with the same passion and purpose. In achieving this balance, chosen ones exemplify both healing and resilience. They model to others the importance of extending kindness and empathy inward as well as outward, illustrating the necessity of nurturing one's own spirit alongside caring for others. Through their commitment to self-care, they impart the lesson that true compassion begins with oneself. This delicate equilibrium of empathy and personal well-being creates a sustainable pathway, enabling them to continue offering their unique gifts to the world without sacrificing their inner tranquility. In doing so, the chosen ones fulfill dual roles as both healers and instructors. Their empathy provides a soothing balm for the wounded souls they encounter, while their ability to maintain boundaries becomes a quiet lesson in self-preservation. They remind us that caring for others should not come at the expense of our own needs. By ensuring our own needs are met, we can present ourselves in the world more fully, more presently, and with greater capacity to share the love and compassion that so many earnestly seek. Through their exemplary journey, the chosen ones inspire others to confront their own struggles with grace and understanding, while underscoring the critical significance of balance and self-care in a world that often demands too much of us. Chapter 7. The Ripple Effect of the Chosen One's Journey. The impact of a chosen one's journey extends far beyond their personal transformation. As they navigate the challenges and triumphs of their unique path, they unknowingly create a ripple effect that touches the lives of countless others. This influence, while not always immediately visible, is deeply profound and resonates significantly far beyond their immediate circles. With every step they take, every act of resilience, every display of authenticity, and each moment of compassion, they emit waves of inspiration that stretch far and wide. These waves are not confined solely to the people who interact directly with them. The energy they exude, the integrity with which they lead their lives, and their steadfast commitment to their higher purpose serve as beacons of light to those around them. Their journey stands as a testament that living a life rooted in purpose, guided by integrity, and enriched by spiritual depth is indeed possible, even in a world that often favors conformity and material success. By genuinely embracing their true selves, the chosen ones provide silent yet powerful motivation to those in their vicinity, demonstrating that walking a path less traveled can lead to profound fulfillment. The ripple effect they generate transcends personal connections, spreading to individuals from all walks of life. Their stories, struggles, and perseverance invite others to reevaluate their own paths and purpose, encouraging reflection on their potential and motivating them to aspire to live more authentically. Through their lives, the chosen ones testify to the transformative power of remaining true to oneself, even amidst adversity. Their examples illuminate an alternative way of living, one that prioritizes inner growth over outward appearances, purpose over accolades, and authenticity over approval. As their influence radiates outward, they touch the hearts and minds of many, providing a fresh perspective on what it means to lead a life infused with meaning, purpose, and spiritual depth. In this way, the journey of the chosen one exerts a far-reaching, often subtle impact. They plant seeds of change in the hearts of those who witness their lives, prompting others to embark on their journeys of self-discovery and personal transformation. Their quiet influence serves as a reminder that even our smallest actions can inspire change in ways we may never fully recognize. The path they tread, although often solitary and misunderstood, leaves a trail of light that guides others toward a more meaningful and purposeful existence. As we have explored today, the route of the chosen ones is frequently met with resistance, misunderstanding, and even hostility. However, it's essential to understand that these challenges are not meant to break you. Instead, they shape you into the person you are destined to become. The very struggles you encounter are the stepping stones leading to your breakthroughs. Each trial you endure refines your purpose, sharpens your resilience, and deepens your connection to your higher calling. If you're feeling misunderstood or pushed to your limits, know you are not alone. Many chosen ones have traversed this path before you, and their breakthroughs came not despite their challenges, but because of them. Embrace the journey, trust in your growth, and keep moving forward. Before we conclude, we would love to hear your thoughts and experiences. Please share them in the comments below and let us know how you're navigating your unique journey. If you found this message uplifting, don't forget to join Chosen One Sanctuary, where we can continue to support each other and inspire one another as we walk our individual paths. Thank you for being with us, and until next time, embrace every challenge, for it is molding the remarkable future that awaits you. What if I told you that God has a unique way of safeguarding those He has chosen? No matter how arduous the journey may become, there exists a divine force that guides, shields, and ensures they fulfill their purpose. Today, we'll delve into the powerful methods through which God looks after His chosen, how He stands as a barrier against the challenges they face, often unbeknownst to them. Perhaps you've experienced moments in life where things could have gone awry but didn't, or instances when you sensed an unseen hand steering you away from danger or propelling you forward amidst opposition. These occurrences are no happenstance. They serve as evidence of God's divine protection. In this video, we will unveil the truth regarding this sacred shield, its workings, and how you can recognize it within your own life. If you're eager to explore further into God's purpose for His chosen ones and discover the strength He has bestowed upon you, don't forget to join Chosen One Sanctuary. By doing so, you'll stay connected to powerful insights that will uplift and inspire your spiritual journey. The Bible reminds us in Zechariah 2:8, "For thus saith the Lord of hosts, After glory hath He sent me unto the nations which spoiled you. For he that toucheth you toucheth the apple of His eye." Take a moment to reflect on this profound statement. You are the apple of God's eye, a precious, treasured possession that He vigilantly guards. Much like a parent instinctively protects their child, God remains ever watchful over you. His eyes are constantly upon you, with His presence encompassing you, even when you may not be aware of it. Consider the depth behind this scripture. Being the apple of His eye suggests that you are at the heart of His focus and care. This isn't a mere fleeting glance or casual concern. God's attention is intense, deliberate, and steeped in love. Just as the pupil of the eye is instinctively shielded, so too does God respond to any threat or harm that encroaches upon His beloved children. This phrase evokes a sense of intimacy and closeness with God that transcends observation. It conveys a profound, abiding love and a commitment to your well-being. Moreover, being the apple of His eye implies He views you through an essence of grace and mercy. He understands your struggles, fears, and pains. He is not a distant bystander, but a compassionate Father who empathizes with your hurts and celebrates your victories. His protection extends far beyond physical safety. It encompasses emotional and spiritual welfare. He shields your heart from the afflictions of this world, guarding you from despair, bringing peace into your spirit. God's protection is proactive, not merely reactive. He paves a way ahead of you, removing barriers and providing guidance along the journey. He whispers to your spirit, subtly redirecting you from choices that may lead to harm, and guiding you toward those that will draw you closer to Him. His word serves as a lamp unto your feet, illuminating your path even in darkness. Daily, in both seen and unseen ways, He constructs a fortress around you, a spiritual hedge that no adversary can breach. This divine vigilance attests not only to His power, but also to His love. It serves as a constant reminder that you are never truly alone, never outside His watchful gaze, and never beyond the reach of His tender care. Regardless of where life takes you, or what challenges you confront, you are always the apple of His eye. In the unfolding journey of life, we often encounter a myriad of unanswered questions. There are moments when the ways of God appear shrouded in mystery, leaving His plans obscured to us. You might be navigating a season of waiting, uncertainty, or even suffering. It's in these trying times that the adversary aims to plant seeds of doubt and fear, whispering deceitful thoughts that suggest you are overlooked or abandoned. During these challenging seasons, it can be all too easy to feel lost, as if wandering through an endless, dark tunnel devoid of light to illuminate your way. The burden of unanswered prayers and the silence of heaven can weigh heavily, making it feel almost unbearable. You may cry out, "Where is God amidst my pain? Why must I endure such hardship?" These feelings are natural human reactions to suffering. Nevertheless, it is in these moments of ambiguity that our faith has the opportunity to be both tested and perfected, much like gold is refined in the crucible. Though God's reasoning may surpass our understanding, His love for us remains steadfast and unwavering. Even when we cannot see the full picture, He views it in its entirety. He knows both the beginning and the end, orchestrating every detail of our lives for a purpose that far exceeds our imagination. Furthermore, these periods of waiting and pain are chances for us to fortify our spiritual resolve. Just as physical muscles gain strength through resistance and strain, our faith grows robust as we lean on God amid our trials. The enemy desires for us to believe that we are isolated, that we've been abandoned by God. Yet, Scripture offers a different narrative. Deuteronomy 31:6 assures us, "I will never leave you nor forsake you." His presence remains constant, even when we can't perceive it. It is often during the deepest valleys of our lives that we encounter God in profoundly powerful ways. When everything else has been stripped away, and all we have left is our faith, we find that God is more than enough. He meets us in our brokenness, confusion, and pain, extending comfort and peace that transcends understanding. These are the moments where His grace shines brightest, where His strength becomes ours, and His love serves as an anchor for our souls. So, when you find yourself in a time of unanswered inquiries, remember, God is still there, still working, still loving you, with a love that endures forever. While you may not comprehend His ways now, there will arise a day when everything will be made clear. Until that time, hold steadfastly to His promises. Trust in His goodness, lean into His grace, and know that even amid silence and waiting, He is with you. He guides, shapes, and prepares you for a future filled with hope and glory. But how do we maintain our trust in God when the storms of life rage around us? When trials appear insurmountable, and we traverse valleys so dark we cannot see our way forward, the answer lies in faith, a deep, abiding trust in the goodness and faithfulness of God, even when His ways remain unclear. Faith extends beyond mere belief. It embodies an unshakable confidence in God's character and promises. It is a firm assurance that God is who He claims to be, and that He will fulfill His promises even when circumstances suggest otherwise. This level of faith demands that we look beyond what we perceive with our physical senses and focus instead on the unseen realities of God's presence and strength. It involves deliberately choosing to believe that God is in control, that He is working everything for our good, even when evidence to the contrary surrounds us. Consider the story of Peter walking on water amidst a storm. As long as Peter kept his gaze on Jesus, he accomplished the miraculous, walking on water. But once he diverted his attention to the wind and waves, he began to sink. This powerful narrative illustrates an invaluable truth. The key to standing firm amid a storm lies in fixing our eyes on Jesus. When we center our focus on Him instead of our circumstances, we find the fortitude to carry on, rise above the waves, and continue onward in faith. Moreover, trusting God during difficult times is not a passive endeavor, it's a conscious choice. It means opting to worship instead of worry, praying instead of panicking, and declaring God's promises when we may feel like giving in. It requires that we fill our hearts and minds with His Word, allowing His truths to overpower the lies that the enemy seeks to sow. In these moments of active faith, we draw closer to God and experience His presence in deeper and more intimate ways. Fostering our faith is best done in community. Being surrounded by fellow believers who can encourage us, pray with us, and remind us of God's promises is crucial. There is strength in unity, and in a community of faith, we are less likely to yield to fear and doubt. We are constantly reminded that we are not alone, that countless others have walked this path before us, and that God remains faithful to lead us through. Ultimately, trusting God in life's tempestuous storms involves placing our hope in His sovereignty and unyielding love. It signifies believing that He accompanies us in the boat, calming the tempest within us while the external storm rages on. It involves holding on to the truth that God is good, that He maintains control, and that He will guide us safely to calm waters. So even when the waves crash and the wind howls, cling to your faith, keep your focus on Jesus, trust in His love, and recognize that He walks beside you at every turn. Throughout Scripture, God bestows countless promises of protection and provision. Isaiah 43:2 reveals, "When you pass through the waters, I will be with you, and through the rivers they shall not overflow you. When you walk through the fire, you shall not be burned, nor shall the flames scorch you." Notice that God does not say if you pass through the waters, but when. Trials are intrinsic to the human experience, but so is God's presence amidst them. This crucial distinction reminds us that hardship and adversity are inevitable. Yet, so too is the assurance of God's steadfast presence and unyielding support through each trial. The metaphorical waters and fires spoken of in Isaiah highlight the overwhelming circumstances we all encounter, moments filled with distress, uncertainty, and fear. Yet God's promise is not that we will avoid such challenges, but that He will remain with us through them, guiding, holding, and ensuring we are not utterly consumed. His promises don't imply a life devoid of pain. Instead, they assure us that His presence transforms pain into purpose. When we feel submerged by the waves during turbulent times, He is there to support us, lifting us from despair. As we endure the fires, trials that threaten our hope and joy, He becomes our shield, ensuring that the flames refine us instead of annihilating us. His presence envelops us in spiritual armor that protects us from ultimate harm. God's promises also reveal His intimate understanding of our human struggles. He comprehends our fears, weaknesses, and propensity to despair amid adversity. He doesn't proffer vague reassurances. Rather, he addresses our deepest fears, promising safe passage through trials, not mere survival. As we journey through life's waters and walk through fire, we must remember that his grace, mercy, and protection are constantly at work. While we may pass through challenges, his presence makes a way where there seems to be none, transforming our trials into testimonies of unwavering love and faithfulness. There exists profound peace in learning to rest in God's sovereignty. To rest is not to be idle, but to place your trust in his perfect plan and timing. It means releasing your grip on control and surrendering to the one who holds the universe in his hands. It is the belief that God is orchestrating all things for your good, even when the outcome remains invisible. Resting in God's sovereignty means recognizing that his wisdom far surpasses our own. It's acknowledging that his perspective spans all time and space and encompasses the totality of our lives, whereas we see only a fraction. In resting in his sovereignty, we trust that he knows what's truly best for us, even when we cannot completely grasp it. It requires yielding our desires to shape our lives to embrace the truth that his plans are infinitely more beautiful and beneficial than anything we could concoct for ourselves. Resting also signifies an act of faith, choosing to witness God's movement in every aspect of our lives, even when circumstances appear bleak. It involves finding contentment during the waiting periods, recognizing that God is using these times to mold our character and prepare us for the future. Like a farmer patiently awaiting the seeds of growth after planting, we too must learn to wait for the unfolding of God's plans. Trusting that every season serves a distinct purpose, sovereignty invites us to find rest in his promises. The scriptures are rich with assurances that God is in control, actively working all things for the good of those who love him. Embracing this truth enables us to loosen our hold on the intricacies of life and trust that he is orchestrating every detail according to his divine purpose. It reminds us that our lives are neither random nor accidental. Rather, they are intentionally crafted by a loving Creator who possesses a unique plan for each of us. This restful state brings us freedom. Freedom from the burden of trying to control every outcome and fix every dilemma. Freedom from the anxiety that arises when we feel the weight of the world on our shoulders. When we rest in God's sovereignty, we are liberated from the need to have all the answers. We can move through life with a light heart, secure in the knowledge that God is shouldering our worries and guiding us along the path he has prepared for us. Ultimately, resting in God's sovereignty means placing our trust in his goodness, faithfulness, and unchanging nature. It is a commitment to cling to his promises, believing that he is orchestrating everything according to his perfect will, even when the broader picture eludes us. This rest offers us profound peace, a peace that surpasses understanding, guarding our hearts and minds in Christ Jesus. It is a peace rooted in the assurance that, no matter what comes our way, our lives are held securely in the hands of a loving and sovereign God. Faith is not a passive state. It is vibrant and alive. It demands a response. When faced with a seemingly impossible situation, we are called to act in faith, bearing witness to God's promises in our lives. We must declare his word over our circumstances, resolutely refusing to yield to fear and doubt. Remember, faith does not equate to the absence of fear. Rather, it is the courage to move forward in spite of it. Faith is a transformative force that reshapes our lives and situations. It exceeds mere wishful thinking or blind optimism. It is an assured confidence in God's character and his promises. True faith compels us to step beyond our comfort zones and take bold actions, even when we cannot clearly see the path ahead. It is the belief that God is who he claims to be, and that he will do what he has promised, regardless of our current circumstances or challenges. Moreover, faith calls us to speak life into our situations. The Bible teaches that the tongue holds the power of life and death. Thus, by proclaiming God's promises, we align our words with His truth and allow His power to flow through us. When we declare words of faith, we activate the spiritual authority bestowed upon us by God, setting into motion His promises. Such declarations are not just about positive thinking. They assert the reality of God's kingdom over the temporary realities we face. Faith also invites us to take tangible steps that reflect our beliefs. If we seek a breakthrough, we must prepare for it as if it is already on its way. For instance, when praying for a job, we do not remain idle. Instead, we revise our resumes, apply for positions, and prepare for interviews. If healing is our desire, we speak words of health and wholeness over ourselves, pursuing wise lifestyle choices, and even seeking medical counsel, all while trusting that ultimate healing comes from Him. Therefore, faith is dynamic, engaging our entire being, our thoughts, words, and actions. It encourages us to be fully involved as we step into the unknown with confidence, knowing God walks beside us. It is about prioritizing His promises over our fears. When fear and doubt assail us, and they inevitably will, faith empowers us to keep advancing, one step at a time, trusting that God is guiding, leading, and providing for us at every juncture. So, when you confront a mountain that seems insurmountable, remember that faith is the key to overcoming it. When you weather a storm threatening to capsize your boat, know that faith is the anchor that maintains your steadiness. When trials of life seem overwhelming, recall that faith is the light guiding you out of the darkness. Choose to act in faith today. Trust in God's promises, declare His truth over your life, and navigate forward with the assurance that He is with you, guiding your steps and preparing your way. One of faith's most challenging aspects is waiting on God's timing. In a culture that craves instant gratification, God operates on a much different timeline. His timing is impeccable, and He is never rushed. If you find yourself in a period of waiting, remember that God is not withholding blessings but rather preparing you for what lies ahead. There is a work underway within your character, spirit, and understanding of God. Waiting on God's timing demands patience and trust, two qualities that can feel elusive in our fast-paced society. In an environment accustomed to quick fixes and immediate results, waiting can evoke frustration and pain. We often desire our prayers answered immediately, problems resolved today, and dreams fulfilled tomorrow. However, God's process is often slower and more intentional, designed to bring about profound and lasting transformation in our lives. Waiting is not an idle period. It serves as a vital time for preparation, growth, and transformation. In these waiting seasons, God is molding our hearts and refining our spirits. Just as gold is purified in fire, so too are our faith and character strengthened during times of uncertainty. God employs these moments to erode our reliance on anything not aligned with Him, deepening our dependence on His strength and provision. In the waiting, we learn to trust in God's goodness, even when we cannot comprehend His methods or see immediate results. It also cultivates gratitude. When we finally receive what we have longed for after a season of waiting, we cherish it more deeply. We recognize it as a divine gift rather than something we earned or achieved independently. The joy of receiving becomes amplified by the growth and maturity birthed during the waiting phase, enriching our relationship with God as we witness His hand at work in our lives. Ultimately, waiting on God is an exercise of faith, choosing to trust His character. It is about believing in His goodness, affirming that He is for us, and trusting that His plans for us surpass anything we could devise. It means surrendering our timeline to His, knowing He understands the desires of our hearts far better than we do. It is resting in the promise that those who wait on the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles, run and not grow weary, walk and not faint. This kind of waiting is not passive, but is filled with hope and anticipation, trusting that in God's perfect timing, all things will unfold for our good and His glory. So when you find yourself in a season of waiting, do not be disheartened. Remember that God is at work, both in the visible and the invisible, crafting something extraordinary out of your waiting. Trust that He is preparing you for greater things than you can imagine, and that in His timing, He will fulfill His promises in ways that exceed your expectations. As we have explored today, God's protection over His chosen ones is profound, intimate, and unwavering. He safeguards us not only from physical threats, but also from unseen forces that seek to harm our spirits. His love envelops us like a protective shield, and His promises are a constant refuge we can rely on. Whether you are navigating a season of joy or enduring a storm that feels never-ending, remember this: God is with you. He sees you and values you as the apple of His eye. Trust in His protection and lean into His promises. When you feel isolated or overwhelmed, turn to His Word and remind yourself that He is your deliverer and your strength. His plans for your life are good, and He is working behind the scenes even when you cannot see it. Take a moment to reflect on the ways God has been faithful to you in the past, allowing that to fuel your confidence for the future. As one of His chosen, you are under His divine covering. He will never abandon you nor forsake you. Stand firm in your faith, cling to His promises, and let His peace, which surpasses all understanding, guard your heart and mind. Thank you for joining us today in this sacred space. If this message resonates with your heart, please like this video and share it with someone who may need to hear this truth. Don't forget to connect with Chosen One Sanctuary and turn on notifications so you won't miss out on more uplifting content like this. We invite you to share in the comments how God has protected you or what topics you would like us to explore in the future. Remember, you are loved, you are chosen, and you are always under God's mighty protection. Stay blessed, and we look forward to seeing you in the next video. Have you ever sensed within yourself a profound and unshakable awareness that you are set apart for something greater? If you are one of the chosen ones, there are sacred truths about your journey that must remain concealed from others. Not out of fear, but because the power you carry is immense, and revealing it prematurely or to the wrong people can invite energies that disrupt your path. In today's discussion, we will delve into the significance of maintaining secrecy for those who have been chosen. There exists a delicate balance between sharing your light and safeguarding the divine purpose within you. Some knowledge is meant solely for you, nurtured until the right moment arrives. Understanding this will keep you aligned with your mission and secure in your journey. As you embark on your spiritual journey, we invite you to cultivate your strength in your divine calling. Before we dive deeper, if this message resonates with you and you seek further guidance on your path, consider connecting with the Chosen One Sanctuary. We are here to offer you insight and support as you navigate this extraordinary voyage. Now, let's delve into the significance of keeping sacred knowledge close to your heart. Part 1. Silence as a source of strength. In the incessant noise of modern life, silence has become a rare and invaluable treasure. For those walking a spiritual path, silence transcends mere stillness. It embodies a state of profound presence, a robust tool for fostering clarity, insight, and inner strength. True silence isn't just about avoiding speech. It's about revering the sacredness of your spiritual experiences, allowing them to take root and flourish within you, untainted by external influences. When we hastily share our spiritual insights or experiences, we risk diminishing their power, diluting the essence of their messages. Silence grants us a sanctuary, a sacred space to reflect, process, and genuinely absorb the lessons we receive. As you deepen your spiritual journey, your insights will grow more profound, intricate, and layered with meaning. By granting them the quiet time they deserve, you allow them to unveil their true wisdom. Much like a seed rests in the darkness of the soil before blossoming into its fullest expression, your revelations, too, require the stillness of your inner landscape to unfold and mature. Beyond this, silence acts as a protective shield. By keeping your spiritual discoveries close to your heart, you protect them from the projections, misunderstandings, and judgments of those who might not be prepared to grasp their depth. This approach is rooted in wisdom and discernment, not fear. Not everyone is ready to comprehend the dimensions of your journey, and in withholding your insights, you safeguard both yourself and others from confusion or misinterpretation. In a world where oversharing is commonplace, the ability to remain silent becomes a profound expression of wisdom. It not only nurtures your spiritual growth, but also honors the sacred path you traverse. Part 2. The Lessons of Joseph and the Dangers of Premature Revelation. The story of Joseph, a biblical figure, offers timeless guidance on the perils of revealing too much before the right moment. As Jacob's beloved son, Joseph received prophetic dreams that foretold his future greatness. In one dream, he saw his brothers' sheaves of grain bowing to his, a powerful symbol of the authority he would someday hold over them. However, when Joseph shared these dreams with his family, rather than inspiring awe, it incited jealousy and resentment, leading to betrayal and near demise. This narrative serves as a critical reminder. Not everyone is ready to understand or embrace your visions, regardless of how truthful or divinely inspired they may be. Joseph's error lay not in having the dream, but in revealing it too early to those unprepared to appreciate its significance. The takeaway is profound. Possessing spiritual insight isn't sufficient. The true wisdom lies in knowing when to share, and, more importantly, with whom. Joseph's journey was fraught with trials, but through these hardships he learned patience and the art of discretion. It was through silence and thoughtful revelation that he ultimately fulfilled his destiny, rising to greatness when the time was ripe. His story emphasizes the importance of timing along the spiritual pathway. Certain truths and insights must be safeguarded until the world and the people around you are genuinely ready to embrace them. Sharing too hastily can lead to misunderstanding, judgment, or even animosity. Not because your vision lacks merit, but because the world is not yet prepared to fathom what you perceive. This narrative reinforces that wisdom transcends knowledge. It includes the discernment of timing. There exists a sacred balance between silence and speech, and understanding when to reveal your dreams is as vital as the visions themselves. Joseph's ultimate success stemmed not solely from his talents, but from his growth in knowing when to remain quiet and when to speak. His tale exemplifies that sometimes the greatest strength lies not in sharing, but in waiting. Wisdom, after all, lies in recognizing that not every truth needs to be spoken immediately. Some revelations are meant to be nurtured in secrecy until the world is ready to listen. Part 3. The Sacred Duty of the Chosen Ones. For those who feel an undeniable call to walk the spiritual path, this calling encompasses immense responsibility. The insights you receive along your journey are not mere intriguing pieces of knowledge to be shared lightly. They are transformative truths with the power to shape your life and those of others. As a chosen one, your purpose goes beyond simply understanding these truths. It encompasses the duty to safeguard them. This task requires a level of discernment that calls for keeping certain aspects of your journey private, not from fear, but out of profound respect for the sacred knowledge entrusted to you. Throughout history, spiritual leaders, shamans, and mystics have recognized the significance of secrecy in protecting divine wisdom. In ancient mystery schools, students pledged oaths of silence regarding the teachings they received, not to create elitism, but to maintain the integrity of sacred knowledge, keeping it away from misuse or misinterpretation by those not yet ready for its full depth. In today's world, spiritual seekers must honor the sanctity of their journeys. Revealing too much too quickly can stall your progress and confuse or mislead others who aren't yet prepared for the insights you embody. The spiritual path is often intensely personal, requiring moments of solitude and inner reflection. By keeping your insights close to your heart, you carve out a sacred space to explore, grow, and evolve at your own pace, free from the need for validation or approval from others. This silence becomes a protective measure, allowing you to nurture the purity of your spiritual experiences, shielding your journey from external influences, especially from those who may not comprehend the significance of what you've discovered. Moreover, silence allows you to integrate your spiritual wisdom authentically without the pressure of external expectations or judgments. By refraining from rushing to share, you permit your insights to unfold naturally, deepening in meaning over time. In doing so, you ensure that your spiritual growth remains genuine, aligned with your highest purpose, and impervious to the misunderstandings of the world. Part 4. The Power of Vulnerability and Protection. Every spiritual seeker knows that vulnerability is a double-edged sword, both a magnificent gift and a potential danger. Through openness and receptivity, we connect with higher realms of consciousness, unlocking deeper wisdom and spiritual insight. Yet, this very openness can make us vulnerable to harm, both energetically and emotionally. Therefore, it becomes vital to protect your spiritual journey by keeping certain revelations and experiences private, preserving their sanctity and power. When you share your vulnerabilities too freely, you open the door to misunderstanding, ridicule, or even manipulation. In a world wherein spiritual experiences are often trivialized or mocked, the sacred essence of your personal journey can be easily compromised. Not everyone possesses the capacity to comprehend the profound depth of your experiences, and this lack of understanding can breed judgment, envy, or even negative energetic consequences, such as psychic attack. Upholding a veil of secrecy around your spiritual insights isn't about hiding. It's about wisdom and self-protection. By safeguarding these sacred elements of yourself, you shield your spiritual growth from external distortions that could lead you astray. This doesn't imply that you must isolate yourself completely from others. Rather, you should exercise discernment in choosing who is worthy of participating in your most profound truths. This recognition that not all ears are prepared to hear and not all hearts are ready to bear the weight of your revelations is crucial. Spiritual power, like any other form of power, carries immense responsibility. Just as a healer must not offer healing without the consent of the person they seek to assist, those on the spiritual path must be cautious about sharing their gifts and insights. The responsibility involves not only protecting yourself, but ensuring that the knowledge and energy you possess are neither misused nor misinterpreted by those not yet ready for them. By selectively sharing your wisdom and choosing your audience wisely, you honor both the power and the fragility of your spiritual journey. This careful approach preserves the integrity of your experiences, allowing them to continue nurturing your growth without being swayed by external influences. Consequently, your vulnerability can become a source of strength, cherished and safeguarded, as you traverse the path of spiritual awakening. Part 5. The interconnectedness of spiritual insights and timing. One of the most profound lessons on the spiritual path lies in understanding the interconnectedness of timing and insight. Every insight, every moment of awakening, is a thread woven into a vast and intricate tapestry that reveals the truth of the universe. These revelations are not isolated sparks of wisdom. They are part of a grander unfolding, a cosmic plan extending beyond our limited perception. When we hastily share our spiritual insights, we disrupt this natural flow of unfolding, potentially diluting the depth and impact they are destined to hold. Timing is not merely important, it is essential on the spiritual journey. By honoring the divine rhythm of revelation and waiting for the right moment to share your knowledge, you allow the universe to channel its wisdom through you in the most profound and powerful way. Consider the story of the Tower of Babel. In their haste and pride, humanity sought to grasp divine knowledge without the necessary spiritual preparation, resulting in chaos and confusion. This ancient metaphor warns against the pursuit or revelation of sacred truths before a solid foundation is established. True spiritual wisdom involves not just acquiring knowledge, but possessing a deep, stable spiritual base to hold and apply that knowledge. Without this grounding, sacred truths can become distorted or, worse, destructive. Just as a fragile structure cannot bear the weight of a heavy load, a soul unprepared for profound spiritual revelations may falter when confronted with their full intensity. Patience and discernment are vital in this process. Allowing your insights to mature within you imbues them with potency and clarity, ensuring that when the time comes to share, they resonate deeply and transform those who are ready to receive them. This principle is particularly relevant when venturing into complex spiritual realms such as past lives, energetic healing, or higher dimensional experiences. These dimensions of spiritual exploration require not just curiosity but also a level of inner maturity and readiness. Revealing profound truths to those who are not spiritually prepared can lead to confusion, fear, or emotional distress. The discretion needed in such instances is not about withholding information. It's about protecting the sanctity of spiritual knowledge. By waiting for the right moment, when both you and those around you are genuinely ready to understand and benefit from it, you honor this delicate balance between revelation and restraint. This allows you to become a true vessel for the universe's wisdom. By cultivating patience and discernment, you ensure that your insights are not only impactful, but truly transformative, resonating with the right people at the right time. The spiritual journey is not a race, it is a gradual unfolding. The wisdom you carry will find its greatest power when shared in harmony with divine timing. Navigating the material world with spiritual insight can often be challenging in a society where social media reigns and material success is revered as the ultimate achievement. The pressure to continuously share every detail of your life, including your thoughts, experiences, and spiritual journey, can feel overwhelming. Yet, with each revelation shared, you expose yourself to external influences, opinions, and judgments that can subtly divert you from your inner truth and distract you from your deeper purpose. One powerful strategy for safeguarding your spiritual growth lies in the art of maintaining privacy around your personal goals and insights. This does not mean isolating yourself or hiding who you are. Instead, it's about being intentional and thoughtful about what you choose to share and with whom. By keeping certain aspects of your spiritual journey private, you create a sacred space where you can concentrate on your true priorities: your personal evolution, your connection to the divine, and your inner peace. Guarding these experiences prevents them from being diluted by the noise of the outside world and the misunderstandings of those who may not fully appreciate their significance. In a culture that often glorifies material wealth and outward success, the spiritual seeker must learn to embrace a different set of values, those grounded in simplicity, humility, and quiet strength. Flaunting your achievements, whether they are financial or spiritual, can easily lead to envy, competition, or misunderstanding. These external distractions can cloud your vision and divert you from the essence of your spiritual path. By choosing a simpler, more private lifestyle, you free yourself from the need for constant validation from others. In doing so, you create more space for genuine inner growth, unhindered by the expectations or judgments of those around you. Living simply brings clarity. A life not driven by the pursuit of recognition or material wealth allows you to focus on what truly matters, deepening your relationship with the divine, expanding your understanding of yourself, and cultivating a peaceful, balanced existence. By stepping away from the noise of the external world and embracing the beauty of a more intentional life, you align yourself with a deeper purpose, one that transcends fleeting successes and offers enduring fulfillment. Ultimately, the choice to keep your spiritual journey private is not an act of isolation but a form of empowerment. It allows you to cultivate your spiritual gifts within a protected environment, free from outside interference. In a world that perpetually pulls us outward, this practice of inward reflection and discernment becomes a sanctuary, a space where you can reconnect with your true essence and advance on your path with clarity, purpose, and grace. One of the most awe-inspiring aspects of the spiritual journey is the profound connection to other dimensions, realms, and spiritual guides. These mystical encounters, whether experienced through deep meditation, vivid dreams, or altered states of consciousness, are often transformative, offering insights and energies that elevate your understanding of life and the universe. Yet, these experiences are delicate, much like fragile blooms in a hidden garden, and they require care and reverence to preserve their true power. When shared too openly or with an unappreciative audience, these sacred moments can be misunderstood, dismissed, or ridiculed by those not attuned to the same spiritual frequencies. To those unprepared, mystical experiences may appear irrational or fanciful, and their profound significance can be lost in translation. By keeping these sacred encounters private, you protect their purity, allowing their wisdom to continue nurturing your soul and guiding your path without external distortion. It is essential to carve out a personal sacred space to process and reflect on these spiritual experiences, whether through journaling, meditation practices, or retreats. This private sanctuary offers you the room to absorb the lessons and energies these encounters bring, ensuring that their insights settle deeply within you, untouched by outside opinions. In due time, you may feel called to share these experiences with a trusted mentor, a spiritual teacher, or a supportive community of like-minded souls who can appreciate the depth of your journey. Yet, safeguarding these sacred moments in the interim ensures that their energy remains untainted and their wisdom intact. By honoring the privacy of these experiences, you provide them the space to unfold naturally, allowing their deeper meanings to surface and guide you as you continue your spiritual evolution. As a chosen one, your journey holds sacred significance, and your insights possess great power. However, remember that not every truth is meant to be shared openly, nor is everyone ready to understand the depths of your experiences. By embracing silence and discretion, you honor the sacred path you walk, safeguarding the purity of your spiritual growth and the wisdom entrusted to you. Trust the timing of the universe and your own inner guidance. Keep what needs to be kept close, and share only when the moment is right with those prepared to receive it. If this message resonates with you, we invite you to join our community at Chosen One Sanctuary. Let us walk this journey together, supporting and uplifting one another in silence and strength. Share your thoughts or reflections in the comments below. We would love to hear from you. Until next time, stay grounded, stay wise, and continue seeking. Are you feeling as if life is shifting in ways that are difficult to articulate? As if the familiar is slowly peeling away to reveal something deeper and more profound? You might be entering your second awakening, a powerful transformation that alters not only how you perceive the world, but how you choose to live within it. In our next video, we will explore 12 unmistakable signs that your second awakening is happening right now. From heightened intuition to the unexpected release of emotions, these are not mere random events. They are the universe's way of guiding you toward a higher level of consciousness. Welcome to Chosen One Sanctuary, where we explore spiritual awakening, conscious living, and personal transformation. Be sure to subscribe to Chosen One Sanctuary and tap the notification bell so you won't miss the insights that can illuminate your path on this beautiful and powerful journey. Now, let's delve into the unfolding of the 12 signs of your second awakening. The first sign is awakening to your vibrational reality. The key to your second awakening resides in a simple yet profound truth. Your thoughts, emotions, and actions are not random. They radiate energy, sculpting the world around you in ways that may often go unnoticed. Every thought sends out ripples. Every feeling creates waves, and each action resonates with an unseen frequency. As you awaken to this deeper understanding, you'll discover just how much of your life has operated on autopilot, with routines dictating your actions and unconscious habits directing your pace. Now, however, a new path beckons you to step forward with purposeful, conscious intention, transforming every moment into a mindful act of creation. Picture your typical morning filled with rushed motions and scattered thoughts. Now, envision turning that routine into a sacred ritual. Making coffee becomes more than just a chore. It's an opportunity to connect with your higher self. Feel the texture of the beans as you grind them. Let the warmth of the boiling water ground you. As you pour it into your cup, take a deep breath and set an intention for the day ahead. This small yet deliberate action shifts your energy from merely reacting to the external world into mastering your internal reality. In this space, you cease to simply move through life. You begin to craft it with intention. Operating from this heightened awareness, you'll find the world responds in kind. New opportunities and people flow effortlessly into your life, harmonizing with the energy you now embody. Abundance no longer feels like something you must strive for. Instead, it draws near, reflecting the harmony and grace you cultivate within. Your reality becomes a living mirror of your inner state, bringing forth the peace, joy, and alignment within your soul. The second sign is shifting from thinking to embodying. One of the largest misconceptions we've been taught is that more thinking equates to greater success. Society idolizes overanalysis, meticulous planning, and constant mental activity as the pathway to achievements. Yet, as your second awakening unfolds, you come to realize that true growth and abundance stem not from excessive thinking, but from embodying higher vibrations. Reassess your daily interactions. You might have spent hours meticulously preparing for meetings or conversations, strategizing every word in pursuit of a specific outcome. Now, you begin to trust the flow of life. You walk into the same meeting exuding calm, grounded confidence, a frequency that naturally inspires respect and cooperation. Your energy now speaks louder than any pre-planned strategy. No longer a mere participant, you lead the energy of the room with your presence, a force that others are drawn to instinctively. As you embrace this newfound way of being, insights flood your consciousness like beams of light piercing through a fog, illuminating your path with clarity and purpose. You cease tying your worth to mental activity or accomplishments, instead embracing the purity of your vibration. This profound shift frees up mental space, allowing creativity, synchronicity, and abundance to flow into your life without the struggle and overthinking that previously consumed your energy. The third sign is a reality filter upgrade. A significant part of the second awakening involves what can only be described as a filter upgrade in your perception, sharpening your awareness. The mundane aspects of life begin to shimmer with a sense of magic and meaning, as if a veil has been lifted, revealing a world that is far more vibrant and alive than you previously recognized. Consider something as simple as watching a sunset, where once you saw a fading ball of light, now you witness a symphony of hues, each color melding into the next, stirring your soul and connecting you to the divine. Walking in nature, a single leaf may captivate your attention with its intricate veins, revealing an entire universe within it. This heightened awareness transforms even the most ordinary tasks into moments of profound connection with your surroundings. This upgrade isn't just about seeing more, it's about feeling more deeply. Your senses grow attuned to the subtleties of life, allowing you to connect with your environment and the world around you on a more profound level. In Hindu mythology, Arjuna's divine vision of Krishna's cosmic form in the Bhagavad Gita serves as a powerful metaphor for this shift in perception. Just as Krishna reveals the infinite manifestations of the universe, Arjuna's limited view of reality is shattered, granting him the clarity and courage to fulfill his dharma. In the same way, your second awakening opens your eyes to the interconnectedness of all existence, allowing you to perceive life in its true, vivid beauty. The fourth sign is transcending the spiritual ego. As you progress further along your spiritual path, you might encounter a subtle challenge: the emergence of the spiritual ego. Unlike the ego you may have previously worked to transcend, this new form feels more elusive, cloaked in the guise of wisdom, insight, and spiritual growth, making it difficult to detect as it often masquerades as progress. You might notice subtle feelings of superiority creeping in, perhaps when you compare your spiritual journey to that of others. A quiet sense of pride may arise, leading you to believe you are more awakened or enlightened than those around you. You may even catch yourself judging others for not being as spiritually aware, subconsciously placing yourself on a pedestal while convinced your experiences make you more evolved. Recognizing this phase is a crucial crossroads in your spiritual evolution. It is an inherent part of the journey to confront the spiritual ego, but it is essential to recognize it for what it truly is: another layer of separation and illusion. The key to transcending this phase is to understand that true enlightenment has nothing to do with hierarchy or superiority. It isn't a contest or a ranking of who is more awakened. As you move beyond this phase, your actions stem from genuine humility and love. Your interactions shift. Rather than seeing others as less aware or judging their progress, you cultivate greater empathy and kindness towards their journeys. Your spiritual practice, once driven by the desire to achieve or be better, transforms into something rooted in simplicity and sincerity. It evolves from merely performing spiritual tasks to embodying spiritual truths in every moment. This is where true awakening begins, not in the grandeur of what you've achieved, but in the profound, quiet embrace of our shared humanity with all living beings. The fifth sign is moving from doing to being. We exist in a world that continually urges us to do more, to acquire more, and to chase after success. We've been conditioned to believe that our worth is tied to our achievements, wealth, and productivity. Yet, as your second awakening unfolds, you begin to see through this illusion. You realize that true fulfillment does not stem from what you have or what you do, but from who you are in each moment. Instead of pursuing the next promotion, material possession, or milestone, you start to value the power of presence. Your commute to work shifts from a frantic rush to finished tasks to a peaceful moment for reflection. You feel the rhythm of your breath, the weight of your body in the seat, and the world flowing past outside your window. This simple mindfulness fills you with a sense of calm and a connection to the present moment. As you surrender to now, you allow divine energy to flow through you. Your relationships deepen, your work becomes a joyous expression of your true self, and life no longer feels like an endless chase. You have transitioned from doing to being, and in this state, you uncover the boundless joy and fulfillment of living in harmony with the universe. The sixth sign is emotional release and healing. Throughout your second awakening, you might occasionally feel waves of emotion wash over you, often unexpectedly. These feelings can emanate from the most surprising places: a nostalgic tune from childhood, a fleeting memory, or even a moment of serene stillness. What may seem like random emotional bursts are, in fact, sacred signals that your soul is undergoing deep healing. Old wounds, past traumas, and the burdens of unexpressed pain begin to arise, seeking acknowledgement and release. During this phase, you no longer bury or push these emotions aside under layers of distraction. Instead, you recognize them for what they are: sacred messages calling you to heal, grow, and transform. Consider those moments when a song unexpectedly brings tears to your eyes. It's not merely nostalgia, it's a manifestation of your soul shedding accumulated layers of hurt, grief, or longing, quietly building within you. This is emotional alchemy, turning pain into peace, burdens into freedom. With every release, you feel lighter, more whole, and closer to your truest self. This ongoing process of cleansing and renewal allows you to fully experience and release these emotions, creating the space needed for healing and growth, for deeper clarity and healing, paving the way for a future brimming with joy, lightness, and an unwavering sense of inner peace. By embracing this journey, you are liberating your spirit and welcoming the next chapter of your life with open arms and a heart unburdened by the past. The seventh sign: dissolution of old identities. As you delve deeper into your second awakening, something remarkable begins to unfold. You experience the shedding of old identities and roles that once defined you. The person you used to be, shaped by your career, family expectations, or societal norms, becomes a distant echo of a former life. You come to realize that many labels you wore were never truly yours. They were constructs handed down by society, molded by external expectations and past accomplishments. Now, those identities no longer carry the weight or meaning they once did. This process of dissolving old identities is both liberating and, at times, disorienting. You might feel a sense of loss or confusion as you let go of the titles and roles that once provided you with security and belonging. Yet, beneath this surface, something far more profound is occurring. You are no longer bound by the limitations of who you were supposed to be. Instead, you are stepping into the fluidity of your true essence, a self that is ever evolving, free from the confines of labels and expectations. This evolving identity allows you to grow, transform, and embrace new possibilities that resonate with the deeper truths of who you are becoming. In this newfound space of authenticity, your soul begins to flourish. You are no longer striving to meet societal standards or live up to outdated definitions of success. Like Hypatia of Alexandria, the brilliant philosopher and mathematician who bravely defied the conventions of her time to pursue her intellectual passions, you too are breaking free from the chains of conformity. Hypatia lived a life of courage and conviction, unafraid to challenge societal norms in her quest for knowledge and wisdom. Similarly, you are now moving towards a life of greater freedom and purpose, unshackled by the roles you once played, carving out a path where your true self can thrive. Empowered by the realization that you are not defined by your past, but rather by the limitless potential of who you are becoming, This is the beauty of your second awakening. The shedding of old skins, the release of outdated identities, and the emergence of a self that is fluid, expansive, and authentic. As you embrace this newfound freedom, you step into a life aligned with your soul's deepest calling. A life where you can grow, evolve, and express your truest nature without limits. The eighth sign: intuitive lightning strikes. One of the most exhilarating elements of the second awakening is the sudden onset of intuitive clarity. Those moments when life-changing insights seem to strike out of nowhere, like bolts of lightning illuminating dark skies. You begin to experience a profound sense of inner knowing, trusting your gut instincts with a certainty you've never felt before. It's as if an invisible compass within you is guiding your every step, gently yet powerfully steering you toward choices that align perfectly with your soul's true path. Imagine deciding, seemingly on a whim, to take a spontaneous trip or to embark on a new creative project. What initially feels like an impulsive choice unfolds into something transformative, opening doors to personal growth, new connections, and opportunities you could never have planned for. These decisions are not random. They are the fruits of your heightened intuition, now emerging as your most reliable guide. You no longer question whether your instincts are correct. You simply know. This inner wisdom, sharpened by your awakening, leads you toward people, places, and experiences that resonate with your highest potential. In the rich tapestry of Yoruba mythology, Orun, the god of wisdom and divination, is revered for offering divine guidance to those seeking clarity. Orun's followers believe that through divination, he reveals hidden truths and provides insights that transcend ordinary perception. Much like those who turn to Orun, you begin to receive flashes of wisdom that seem to come from a higher source. These moments of revelation are not mere accidents or coincidences. They are the universe communicating directly with you, aligning your actions with the deeper currents of your destiny. As these intuitive flashes become more frequent, they reshape your reality, making your journey through life feel less like a struggle and more like a dance with the divine. Each insight brings you closer to the understanding that the answers you seek have always been within you, patiently waiting to emerge when you are ready to listen. The ninth sign: seeing through the material mirage. As your second awakening continues to unfold, you begin to see beyond the illusions of material possessions and the false promises of lasting happiness they offer. For so long, you may have been conditioned to believe that wealth, status, and accumulating things are the keys to fulfillment. But now, as your awareness deepens, you recognize that the true essence of joy and contentment cannot be found in what you own. Instead, it resides in the richness of experiences, the depth of relationships, and the beauty of authentic connections. You start to reassess how you spend your time, energy, and resources, no longer drawn to the endless chase of the latest gadgets or fleeting trends. You find yourself naturally gravitating towards experiences that nourish your spirit. The treasures you now seek are intangible: love, wisdom, connection, gifts that are timeless and infinitely more fulfilling than the temporary thrill of acquiring material goods. By detaching from a materialistic mindset, you open yourself to the profound joy of living a life rooted in love, connection, and purpose. Your relationships deepen as you invest more time and energy in those around you, and your experiences grow richer as you focus on moments that truly resonate with your soul. The fulfillment that arises from this shift in perspective far surpasses anything a possession could offer. It is a contentment that radiates from within, a feeling of peace and alignment with your true self, knowing that the greatest joys in life cannot be bought, but must be lived and felt deeply. The 10th sign: embracing present moment power. The second awakening invites you to step fully into the present moment, where where true power and joy reside. Life is no longer something to rush through or merely endure. Instead, every moment, no matter how simple, becomes an opportunity to connect with a profound richness and depth you may have never imagined. It's as if the world awakens in a way you had not noticed before, and suddenly the ordinary feels extraordinary. As you eat a meal, you no longer just taste the food. You savor each bite, noticing the textures, flavors, and the energy that nourishes your body. Walking through nature, the colors appear more vibrant. The breeze against your skin feels more soothing, and the sounds of birds and rustling leaves become more harmonious. In these moments, past anxieties and future worries gradually dissolve, losing their grip on your mind as you immerse yourself in the present, where true peace resides. This shift in focus sharpens not only your senses, but also your connection to life itself. You experience every moment as a gift, something to cherish rather than something to simply move through. Life takes on a new quality, one of vibrancy, awareness, and authenticity. Each second becomes a celebration of existence, an opportunity to fully engage with the beauty that surrounds you. This is the essence of the second awakening. The realization that the present moment is not something to escape from or hurry past, but rather the most powerful and sacred place you can be. Here in the now, true freedom, joy, and fulfillment await, if only you allow yourself to fully receive it. In embracing this way of being, you unlock the ability to live with a heart wide open, attuned to the infinite possibilities of each passing breath. The 11th sign, mission manifestation. As your second awakening deepens, you begin to discover a profound and undeniable sense of purpose, one that resonates deeply with your passions, values, and the core of who you are. This isn't just a passing interest or a hobby that fades with time. It's a mission rooted in your very soul, a calling compelling you to make a meaningful contribution to the world. No longer do you feel adrift or uncertain about your path. Instead, you are guided by a force that feels both powerful and inevitable, urging you toward something greater. You may suddenly feel inspired to start a new venture, initiate a project that aligns with your heart's desires, launch a nonprofit to support a cause close to your soul, or perhaps write a book that shares your unique perspective and wisdom with the world. These actions are more than mere tasks or goals. They are sacred expressions of your soul's higher purpose, channeling your gifts and talents into something that can leave a lasting imprint on others. This mission manifestation is one of the most powerful signs of your second awakening. It provides you with direction, illuminating the path ahead with a clarity that wasn't there before. Every action you take feels purposeful, aligned with your deepest truth. You move forward with newfound confidence and assurance, knowing that the work you do and the impact you have are genuinely meaningful. Your contributions are not just significant, they are the harbingers of change, imbued with the essence of your authentic self, destined to echo through the hearts of those you touch. As you tread this path, remember to connect and share your journey at Chosen One Sanctuary, a place of community and growth. Let this be a sanctuary for your spirit and a refuge for fellow seekers walking together on this wondrous journey of awakening. Longer driven by the weight of outside pressures or societal standards, but rather inspired by the authentic manifestation of your true essence, creating waves of positive transformation in the world. The 12th sign heralds a deeper compassion and empathy within you. The culmination of your second awakening reveals itself as a profound wave of empathy that pours forth effortlessly from your being. You begin to feel a richer connection with the individuals around you, as if their joys, sorrows, and trials are intricately woven with your own experiences. This shift transcends mere intellect. It is a deep, heartfelt awakening to the human experience. Suddenly, you might find yourself navigating challenging circumstances with a softer touch. Where there was once judgment, understanding now reigns. Where indifference may have prevailed, there is now a genuine sense of care. You offer your support and kindness not out of obligation, but from an inherent desire to uplift and heal. Your empathy expands, reaching beyond those closest to you, extending even to strangers and those you may never encounter. It's as if the barriers that once separated self from others dissipate, revealing only a sense of unity and interconnectedness. As your second awakening continues to blossom, this newly discovered empathy matures into a guiding beacon in your life, transforming your relationships and perspectives. Your heart expands further, and your actions reflect the love and connection you nurture with all of existence. In this state of being, you shine as a beacon of light, emanating compassion wherever you walk. You inspire others to embrace greater empathy, contributing to a world that flourishes on unity and understanding. Through this expanded awareness of compassion, your second awakening reaches its most profound expression, guiding you in harmony with all life forms. As we conclude this exploration of the 12 signs of your second awakening, I hope you have found clarity, inspiration, and perhaps even glimpses of your personal journey within these reflections. Each of these signs serves as a powerful reminder of your evolution, inviting you to step into a higher consciousness where existence unfolds with greater depth, purpose, and alignment with your authentic self. Remember, this process is distinctively yours. Your second awakening is unfolding exactly as it is meant to, leading you toward a more fulfilling, connected, and enlightened way of life. Embrace every moment, every lesson, and trust that you are precisely where you need to be. If you found resonance with any aspect of this message, I invite you to share your thoughts or experiences in the comments below as part of our Chosen Ones Sanctuary family. Let us grow together and continue to support one another on this beautiful journey of awakening. If you seek further guidance and inspiration along your path, ensure that you stay connected with Chosen One Sanctuary. Hit the notification bell so you won't miss out on future content designed to help you delve even deeper into your spiritual journey. Thank you for allowing us to accompany you on this path. Remember, your second awakening is not merely occurring in your life, it is unfolding for your growth and enrichment. Embrace it wholeheartedly and witness the extraordinary transformations that await you.